So as everyone knows, this is a continuation of the discussion of opportunity housing from the last meeting. And we do have an agenda that's been developed for the meeting. We typically don't approve the agendas, but what we have in order of business is approval of the synopsis from the last meeting. That's going to be followed by a staff clarification of their proposal, and it's been modified to some extent based on comments from the last meeting. From there, we're going to go to public comment. I do want to address that for a moment because when the meeting ended last time, there was, I think, a comment that at this meeting, we were just going to jump directly into task force discussion. As you know, the co-chairs meet with staff to work on the agenda for all the meetings. And one of the things we discussed was whether or not the public comment period should be continued. And what was decided was that we should continue it because there wasn't widespread notification of the issue from the last meeting. Some of you, everyone on the task force should have seen an email from Rosalind indicating that a broad outreach was done since the last meeting, encouraging or providing notification for that. So there were a number of neighborhood groups that didn't have notice of this at the last meeting. And as a result, we decided that we should still give the opportunity for continued public comment. Teresa agreed to that as well. And I'd like to thank Teresa for doing that. What we'll do is after the public comment, we'll go to task force discussion. That will be uninterrupted. The idea behind that is to allow a full discussion by the task force on giving your comments. If you want to ask questions, you can do that. You may recall that typically what we do in our meetings is separate questions, then go to public comment, and then go to discussion. After the public comment's done, we're just going to have an uninterrupted discussion by the task force, including action on any motions. And we'll see how long everything takes. There's going to be an opportunity for everybody to speak. Nobody's on the task force is going to be in a situation where they can't comment or can't ask questions. Everybody's going to be given as much time as they need if they have some comments or questions. You know that our agenda is set to go to 8:30. And we'll go to 8:30 if we haven't finished by then and the task force wants to keep going. I'll hear from the task force whether or not you want to keep going or you want to adjourn. That's going to be your decision on that. But I'm certainly willing to be here for tonight as long as it might take to move this forward. But that'll be your decision on that. So with that, we're going to go to the approval of the July 30th meeting synopsis. Is there a motion on that?
I move to approve the synopsis.
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. Any comment on the motion?
Can I ask a few? I know I had my hand up in the chat. David, if you could.
Is it to the synopsis or not?
I just want to clarify your process for calling on folks because I had my hand up and wasn't called.
We're dealing with the synopsis right now. Do you have a comment on the synopsis?
No, I had a comment on the previous item, but you moved on.
We'll get to the items when we get there. We're taking the synopsis right now. Does anyone have any comment on the synopsis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I appreciate it capturing my comments accurately that this body has no authority to approve any policy, and all we're authorizing is the initiation of a process for the city to start an extensive community outreach process. That's all we were doing last meeting, and that's all we will be doing this meeting. So let's not waste a fourth meeting on this topic. We have more important things in the city to do. Thank you.
So anyone who has a comment on changing or correcting the synopsis? All right, hearing none. Just express your opposition if you're opposed to the approval of the synopsis. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, hearing none. The synopsis is approved. We're going to go on to clarifying the opportunity housing presentation by staff. And Shiloh, we will get to you in your question on the process of public comment and task force discussion, but we're gonna let the staff do their presentation, and I'll get back to you when we get to item 4 on our agenda. Okay, so Jessica or Hewlin, are you presenting on this?
Yeah, Jessica's presenting.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me get started. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jessica Sithiawan, and I'll be guiding us through a brief presentation today. I made the presentation last week, so hello again to some of you that have seen us before. So before we dive into our recommendation, I'd like us to revisit the reasons that, of why we're looking at opportunity housing. As we've mentioned before, opportunity housing is a scoping item listed in the approved scope of work signed in June 2019 by Mayor Sam Liccardo and council members Sergio Jimenez, Raul Perales, and Sylvia Arenas. And it directed staff to explore opportunity housing. Additionally, opportunity housing is listed as a strategy to provide additional units for the missing middle in the housing crisis plan update. According to the council memo, opportunity housing is intended to provide a transition area between the higher density urban villages and the lower density single family homes, while also providing much needed housing for the missing middle. Opportunity housing would allow more sites to develop with smaller scale multifamily residential development. Larger developments are typically expensive and more difficult to fund compared to smaller scale residential development that's expected to be more affordable by design. It would also expand areas that allow multifamily residential. As you may have seen in the New York Times article published last year, 94% of San Jose residential land is limited to single family development. Additionally, we wanted to clarify and address issues pertaining to community outreach. Staff has always planned for citywide community engagement effort, should council direct staff to further explore opportunity housing. At this time, staff's effort to notice properties is limited within the general plan 4-year review process, which is intended to be a high-level discussion for policy. And noticing individual properties isn't typically part and scoped as part of the 4-year process. However, given the interest that we've received during the task force process, we've taken additional steps to let residents and stakeholders know of this topic. Planning staff has formed a list of citywide neighborhood association contacts through the COVID-19 process, and we're able to notify all 207 neighborhood leads to inform fellow residents. We have also been working with council district staff to publicize the 4-year meetings, and we've also created a new page for opportunity housing to provide one central, accurate, and up-to-date resource where interested residents and stakeholders can sign up to be on the mailing list for opportunity housing updates. We're also continuing with our standard practice of emailing the general plan 4-year listserv when the meeting materials are posted, posting the event and the agenda on the city calendar, posting our meeting materials 1 week before the task force meeting, and also posting social media reminders. That brings us to staff recommendation. Staff acknowledges that aspects of the prior recommendation based on public comment as well as task force comments, although conceptual, may have been too specific for an exploration phase and may require additional studies and outreach before task force members, residents, and stakeholders and city council would be comfortable with the specific requirements. So staff has modified the opportunity housing recommendation to be less specific. I think a staff's past recommendation on the limitation to redevelop properties rented within the last 7 years is a great example of this. We know that we need protections for renters, but we would need input from the task force and from the public on different strategies to do that. Overall, staff recommendation has not changed drastically since the previous task force meeting. We've modified it to reflect action items and explore higher level objectives and future updates to city policies that would allow implementation of opportunity housing. As you can see here and in the memo, staff recommendation is in alignment with council direction and recommends to continue exploring allowing up to 4 units on land designated residential neighborhood that's generally within a half-mile distance of transit urban villages, taking into account neighborhood boundaries, and also on properties adjacent to existing or designated for multifamily housing. Should City Council direct staff to further explore opportunity housing, we outline 5 actions that should be initiated. First and foremost, staff would conduct a citywide community engagement effort and work with community organizations and neighborhood leaders to maximize participation and ensure a diverse and reflective representation of San Jose. Staff would also explore creating an affordable housing incentive that would encourage the inclusion of affordable or moderately priced residential units. Staff would also explore ways to allow opportunity housing while minimizing risk of displacement. The 3 items listed below are action items that staff is proposing to analyze to minimize displacement risk. So the first would be to conduct a displacement risk analysis where opportunity housing would be implemented. And the other 2 would be to evaluate the existing city rental protections and determine whether additional protections or restrictions are needed. Staff would also explore strategies to preserve historic areas and properties while still allowing opportunity housing. Staff would consider allowing the adaptive reuse of structures of historic properties, but would also consider an age-based rule for older homes applying to redevelop with opportunity housing if the Historic Resource Inventory, or HRI, update is not yet complete by the time of implementation. So for example, we would consider requiring any homes built before the 1950s to go through the single-family house permit for redevelopment to ensure that the historic characteristics are maintained. Last but not least, staff would begin the work to update city policies and ordinances to allow opportunity housing. Staff would update the citywide design guidelines and standards to include opportunity housing design standards to ensure the compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood and make revisions to the general plan and the zoning code to facilitate opportunity housing, while also keeping in mind that it should still blend in with the existing neighborhood. All revision to these city policies and ordinances would be presented to the community for input as part of the citywide engagement process. And that brings us to the end of a staff recommendation. But before we move on to public comment and task force discussion, I wanted to follow up with some questions that the task force members made from our last meeting. So at our last meeting, I believe task force member Roberta Moore asked for the breakdown of renters by race in San Jose. So citywide, 57% of housing units are owner occupied, with home ownership percentages highest among white and Asian residents. Over half of all of the races other than white and Asian are renters. Nearly 6 of 10 Latinx residents are renters, and the lowest home ownership percentages are among Black and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander residents. Another request for follow-up information was made by Councilmember Dave Davis to provide an update on the Historic Resources Inventory, or HRI, work plan. The HRI is an ongoing multi-year effort, and we've done quite a bit in the past fiscal year. And as you can see on this list, many murals, and signs and properties were approved to be added to the HRI. In reference to how the HRI update would address opportunity housing, staff would complete the ongoing survey work in the current plan, which includes South First Street, the North First Street Urban Village, and the East Santa Clara Urban Village. Staff would also prioritize and complete work in or near transit urban villages. And as noted earlier in the presentation, staff has recommended to explore strategies to preserve properties while still allowing opportunity housing by considering adaptive reuse of structures eligible for the HRI that have been identified either through completion of our survey or through evaluation as part of an age-based rule. The last request for follow-up information came from task force members Jesse O'Malley-Solis and Sam Ho, who requested that we reach out to other jurisdictions who have implemented similar programs to gauge development interest and impacts on quality of life post-implementation. So we received responses from 2 jurisdictions, Seattle and Minneapolis. In Seattle, their program is called the Mandatory Affordable Housing Program, and only upzoned 6% of what was single-family lots in the city. And this was adopted a little over a year ago. However, we were not able to obtain the number of applications submitted in these areas in time for this meeting. On the other hand, Minneapolis has only implemented their general plan earlier this year, and they've had less than 45 applications citywide. These are ballpark numbers, but less than 35 of those are for conversions, and the number of new build applications are in the single digits. Of course, these are only applications, and not all were approved, especially in older homes that struggled to convert their homes to multifamily homes due to conflicts with their building code. In terms of impact on quality of life in both scenarios, as expected, it's a little too early to tell. A lot of applications take about a year or more to get approved, so very few projects, if any, have begun construction. So, we might need to wait a little longer down the road to see how it actually impacts quality of life. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. And David, I'll hand it back to you for public.
All right. Thanks, Jessica. I also want to thank staff for all the work that's been going on in the last couple of weeks. I know you fielded a lot of emails from people in the community. I know there's been a lot of material added to the website. In addition to that, there's the new page that you created on the Envision 2040 website on opportunity housing. It's got a lot of information, good information to answer a lot of the questions you were getting. So I'd like to thank staff for doing that as well. I'd like to thank Rosalind for taking the initiative to get further community word out on this as well. I do want to, yes, we're going to get to everybody. Let's just got to make a note of a few things for the record. I just want to note for the record that in terms of public correspondence, there's been about 90 or so individual letters and emails that have come in. Those are all up on the website. In terms of task force correspondence, there's been a joint letter by Leslie Corsilia and Andre Lutard. Roberta has put out some recommendations as well. Megan Fluke has had some good suggestions about community engagement and opportunity housing. Juan Estrada has made a recommendation in relation to taking this citywide. Shiloh has shared with us 2 different articles in regard to housing or issues that relate to housing. We received a letter and email from Sean Milligan, and I think just later today or today, we also received some correspondence from Jesus Flores. Now, Jessica has done a presentation. What I'm going to do is the way we're setting up this meeting is we're going to go to public comment. If you have questions or comments on the staff report, I'd ask that you hold those. You're going to have a chance to ask whatever they are. Well, and you're not going to be cut off. If you have follow-up questions, you're going to have the opportunity to do that. Nobody's going to be rushed through anything. I really want to assure everybody about that. I do want to, if there's some question or comment now about just procedure for the rest of our meeting, we can take that up. So Shiloh, did you have a comment or a question about our procedure tonight?
Yes, I just wanted you to clarify how folks should be called on, because there's the function in the tool where you raise your hand. People can actually raise their hand on the screen, and then people can unmute themselves and start talking. So I wanted you to clarify how folks will be called on.
You know, I think the way I did it in the prior meeting, and we'll try to do it, is I'll look for it in the order if it gets listed that way on the index here. If not, you know, it's not a matter of, you know, if you get first, you're gonna have an opportunity to speak longer. Everybody's gonna have the same equal opportunity to speak. So I'll try and as best as I can, just keep going through it in the order that they come up. But I'll have to ask for staff's help in maybe keeping track of it. And if it becomes too complicated, I'm just going to go down in the whatever order this is coming up on my screen here for participants. All right. So I'd like to have, let's see, moving on to public. Was there anybody else had a question or comment on our procedure tonight? And,
I did not, but I had a comment on the correspondence.
okay, we're not doing that right yet, Juan. We will, and I'll make sure you have a chance to talk about that. It's just questions on procedure right now. Anything about that? I do see, Roberta, you've got your hand up. Is that in regard to procedure? Roberta Moore?
No.
Okay,
Let me take my hand down for now.
yes, yeah. And Councilmember Arenas, did you have a question on procedure?
Yes, I did. So my question is, the last time we met, there was a motion on the floor for a continuance of this item. And typically, when there's a continuance, it closes public comment. And I thought this was going to be mostly an opportunity for task members to have a conversation and a discussion, obviously have more questions answered if there are any. But I feel like we're on the brink of a conversation last time and we had to go. So why is this different today? Why aren't we continuing
yeah.
with public comment?
So I had explained that at the beginning of the meeting, but
No,
I'll
I
go.
heard you. I heard you.
Okay,
It's just that there was a motion on the floor that all of the task members agreed to. And so how does that motion get overridden?
okay. Actually, if you review the synopsis, the motion that was made at the end of the last meeting, and there was basically just one motion, and it narrowly lost, which was to just proceed and ask, Eric made the motion. It was a motion in regard to having staff begin a robust community engagement process. I'm not going to repeat the whole motion. And then that did not proceed forward. Then after that motion failed, Teresa indicated that we would be going directly into task force discussion this meeting. So it wasn't something that was approved by the task force. Suffice it to say, Councilmember Arenas, that the outreach to different communities throughout the city hadn't been completed prior to the last meeting. I think you probably did see the email from the planning director indicating that 200 neighborhood groups have now been notified.
Yes.
Those groups were not notified prior to the last meeting. They didn't know about the meeting. And so there are
I
certainly going to be
realize
some
that.
people here today who haven't
Right.
had notice who would like to comment. And I'll just say this, it's up to the task force. If the task force as a whole wants to cut off public comment right now, if that's the motion you want to make,
Well, I think
you can make that motion. I'm sorry. You can
Well,
make a
I
motion
think
to
we
cut
need to
off or
decide-
close the public
Yeah.
comment hearing, and we
I
can vote
hear
on
you.
it.
I hear you. No, what I'm
Okay.
asking about is process and clarifying process. And if we are a task force, we all need to agree on what that process should be. And so I didn't know that part of the meetings that we needed to, as we were having them, that they needed to have a minimum requirement of all of the neighborhood associations being alerted for a specific item. Otherwise, I would have advocated for that from the start. So we have to make sure that the process fits for everyone, regardless of the topic at hand and regardless of the issue. And so it sounds like we are deciding that from here on, we are going to have notice to neighborhood associations, or is that something that is just suggested for this particular item? So I think we have to figure out what is the process for the group. Otherwise, we're making the rules as we go.
Yeah, I think there's probably a strongly held and widely held value that the council has expressed through a number of its own policies and the council policy manual and elsewhere about favoring community engagement as opposed to disfavoring it. There aren't any hard and fast rules with respect to the task force, but I would think that a value that the city probably holds is that if a map has been developed by the staff recommending land use changes in defined areas that it would be a commonly held value to provide some kind of notice or awareness to people who live in those areas, as well as other interest groups. I think Megan Fluke had made sent a letter. I think it's a really well-advised letter that outreach should also go beyond that as well, because there's other communities of interest than just the geographic areas that are affected by it. So, you know, I think as co-chair of the task force, we want to make sure we implement the values that the council holds dear, and that's inclusiveness and engagement. And again, it's up to the task force. If the task force wants to close the public comment, that's something that the task force can decide to do. But what we've decided to do in terms of the agenda at this point was, given the fact that there were, you know, probably more than 150, 200 neighborhood groups that weren't notified, we should give some opportunity for public comment. So I see more hands up. Are they relating to procedure, or is it something substantive when we go through this? Councilmember Arenas, did you have anything more first?
No, I appreciate your feedback. I don't know if this is an open discussion for the rest of the task force to decide on whether this is something that we should discuss. Because either we talk about the content of the process and then take on the process. But at this point, I think the meat of the bones, the meat on the bones here is the public comment. And of course, nobody wants to limit public comment. We are here to figure out how to best serve the city as task force members. And like Eric said earlier in the meeting, this is just a recommendation. There are no permanent recommendations that are going to get implemented anytime soon. And so I think that there will be definitely enough time to incorporate all of San Jose by the time it gets to the city council. And so I don't know that this is the last bite of the apple, is what I'm trying to get to, and for our community members to understand. Thank you. As you can see,
Thank you.
I'm working from home.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, thank you very much for the comments. Jesse O'Malley Solis, did you have a comment or question on our process tonight?
Yeah, are we going to be hearing from the community who spoke last time as well? I'm worried if we're reopening fully for community comment that we're not going to get through this meeting.
Yes, I understand. I think that's a comment well taken, and I can't really pre-screen people, but I think once we're going to start very shortly, but I will strongly encourage people, if they've already spoken, that they not repeat things that they said before. Okay. Let's see. Juan, you still have your hand up. Is there a question or comment on process?
Yes, I did raise it again. I did want to echo what Councilmember Arenas said. I also appreciate notification to other neighborhood groups. I think that at some point when you and the co-chairs and staff meet, you could perhaps identify who will be notified in the future. I know, for example, that you just said that a couple hundred neighborhood groups were notified. Other groups were not notified, so they may not be available to make comment. I do see over 120 letters in support of, for example, citywide. Who knows what that number might have been if broader outreach would have been conducted.
Right.
But I think we're all learning as we go along.
Yes. And we can address that more when we get to the task force discussion about how we can handle that in the future. Eric had comments at that on our last meeting. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to proceed to public comment. And I do want to encourage, just as task force Oh, wait. I want to make sure, was there anybody else who had their hand up that I missed? Because I thought I saw, Megan, did you have your hand up, but I don't see it anymore? Megan?
It's okay.
Fluke?
I didn't want to waste, or I didn't want to take more time. It's all good.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so on the public comment, given the number of participants we have, as well as the opportunity that's been afforded for many people to submit emails, I'd like to, number one, encourage people, if you've spoken before, and we did hear your comments at the last meeting, please take that into account. You can speak again, but please keep your comments to something different. For those who haven't spoken, we welcome comments from everyone, including everybody who's participating here today. I think what we're going to do is we're going to keep it like Teresa had it at the last meeting. We're going to use a 1-minute time limit. I know that might be less than what some people want to use, but one of the things you might keep in mind is listening to the people who spoke before you. And you can incorporate their comments into the things that you have to say. And it's especially beneficial for the task force to hear new points or different points than simply just repeating what somebody has said. So if you could do that as well, I think that can make the 1-minute time limit work well for everyone, because we want to give everybody the chance to speak too. All right, so
May I make
just,
yes?
yes, Roberta, go ahead.
I know this is really satisfying to me when I'm asked, and it's very easy to do with the raise the hands. Can we ask for a vote of who's in favor of and who's against on the attendees? Who's in favor of opportunity housing? Yes, no. Who's in favor of it being citywide? Yes, no. Just, it's pretty quick. And that helps people. That's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. You know, it's really up to each individual how they what they want to say and how they want to say it. I'm sure in the course of those comments, they'll be indicating to us whether they support or oppose or have some other view on this. We can't just take a vote of everybody who's out there. So with that, Jessica, can you help us lead through the identifying the attendees who want to speak? Because I have the list of attendees. Do we ask people to raise their hands, or how are we asking them to identify if they want to speak?
Yeah, Q1 will be in charge of calling out the list of names as in order of who raised their hand first, and so we'll go through them that way. So Q1, go ahead.
Hi. So city staff, so I will call the name of the public person who wanted to speak, and I'll be looking at the attendees panel of those who raised their hand. You may, once I call you, you also, if you're dialing in, you can dial *9 on your phone once, and that will also raise your hand. So we'll call you by name or the last 3 or 4 digits of your phone number. I'll unmute you to speak. And after we confirm that your audio is working, your allotted time will begin. So each speaker, as David said, will have 1 minute. So first we have Sherry Taylor. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, task force members, homeowners, taxpayers, renters. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As I reviewed the new guidelines set forth, I'd like to ask some questions and provide some feedback on bullet 2, which is explore creating affordable housing incentive to encourage inclusion of units at affordable or moderately priced levels. And it is a mandate that we have urban village planning, and that the expectation of developers that they provide affordable or moderately priced levels. So why not just use those incentives that were written into the urban planning expectations? Or is there a problem that the urban village developments didn't include enough affordable and moderately priced housing? I also wanted to make the point that we should create opportunities for home ownership. The city should support condos or apartments that can be owned and balanced with rentals. Property owners will have more skin in the game to support neighborhoods where they live and will work to keep the property values stable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marnie Kamzan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, I'm Marnie Kamzan from Nagley Park. I've already sent a letter to the task force, but I have an additional. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, we lost you there for a second.
Okay, can I start all over, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, I'm Marnie Kamzan from Nagley Park. I've already sent a letter to the task force, but I have an additional comment. In the past month, I've attended multiple Zoom meetings about affordable housing. The city seems intent on increasing affordable housing no matter how it is done. However, at the city council meeting a few nights ago, a motion was passed to explore funding a feasibility study that would extend the deadline which waives in lieu fees for developers building residential high rises in the city. It appears that large developers who are in the best position to add the most affordable housing units need to be exempt from this requirement because otherwise their projects won't pencil out, which leaves established historical neighborhoods like ours with the burden of supplying the units, even if doing so means destroying the integrity of the community. Please don't let this happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. Who's next, Keeling?
Next, we have Tessa with Nancy.
Thank you. Yes, we need to also reevaluate the no jobs for housing conversion as in our general plan of 2040. And that has left our neighborhood very vulnerable because you have taken commercial properties that were originally zoned for residential, and now you don't allow any residential development. And all properties near transit should allow residential. In regards to the new opportunity housing, there is a need to look at it in terms of the climate change viewpoint. So there should be no car infrastructure in all new buildings as a response to our climate crisis. Grandfathering in car parking in older homes, but all cars must be in garage. No street parking of cars for anyone. Home zones on residential streets. A comprehensive noise ordinance with financial penalties to encourage community adherence. Companion gardens in all development to help reach our open space of 60 acres in our district. Design review to fit the surrounding community, and financial benefits from mass transit to help support the neighborhoods.
Thank you, Tessa. Next, we have Scott Brown. Scott, please unmute yourself.
We'll go to the next one and come back to him.
Okay. Next, we have Suzanne Morane.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Maroney. I oppose opportunity housing in its entirety and don't think it should be considered until the city can provide enough police officers, code enforcement, inspectors, parking, schools, and other resources, including environmental resources, to ensure quality of life for all the citizens of San Jose, including providing housing for the homeless. I feel any neighborhood that is includes the majority of houses built before 1930 should be exempt from any development. And I don't believe that the areas mapped out for opportunity housing should be included in any way. The exploration should stop here without any further waste of resources and time.
All right, thank you.
Back to Scott Brown.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm also a resident of Nagley Park. I want to enter into the record some words from the city's municipal code 13.48.010 paragraph A regarding historic preservation. It says the council of the city of San Jose hereby finds that in order to promote the economic and general welfare of the people of the city, it is deemed essential by the council that the qualities relating to the history of the city and a harmonious outward appearance of structures which preserve property values and attract tourists and residents alike be preserved. Some of these qualities are the continued existence and preservation of historic districts and landmarks, not just single houses. That purposes of advance through the protection of the old historic or architecturally worthy structures and neighborhoods which impact a distinct aspect of the city of San Jose and which serve as visible reminders of the historical and cultural heritage of the city of San Jose, the state of California, and the nation. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Scott. Next speaker, who's that?
We have Lynn Stephenson.
Yes. If the task force votes that the council should look at this and refer this to staff, a cost effectiveness survey needs to be done immediately at the very beginning before any significant money is spent. The reality is that the housing built, say in Nagley Park, duplexes, triplexes, et cetera, is not going to be affordable to the type of people that you are purporting to want to serve. It's not going to be until the neighborhood is denigrated to the point where it is undesirable, the residents leave, and you have you have almost all rental properties, that the neighborhood will become affordable to the type of people that you are trying to supply housing for. If you do this citywide, you're going to have a bunch of neighborhoods that people just don't want to raise families in. I oppose opportunity housing, and I do not think it should be citywide. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, just
Deb Arendt.
Hello, thank you. I want to thank David Pandori for bringing this to our attention last month, and also Rosalind for notifying the rest of the neighborhood associations. But I would also like to say that if this is implemented citywide is much better than not, and I'm saying this is my personal opinion. Not doing it citywide will put undue influence on certain neighborhoods, and if you're really trying to achieve the goal that you set out for, citywide is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Jeremy Taylor.
So I'd like to know why we are just now making it a priority to notify neighborhoods. You should have been doing that from day one. You should always be doing that. So to say that you understand that now it's time to move forward and notify neighborhoods, that's a bit concerning. The task force, you guys should go till midnight if that's what it takes. You need to show the people that you're listening. And a request that I have is to make readily available more maps for the common person to come across, going to your website or something like that. I mean, just share some maps on social media. Now, specific to my neighborhood, I live in Gardner neighborhood. I've got a 7,200 square foot lot and a tiny house. I live 1 mile from SAP Center. I can walk to downtown. I can walk to downtown Willow Glen. I can get on the freeway in 30 seconds. We're in a great place, and it's a terrible underuse of my huge lot to only have one unit when we can easily house 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Next is Christina Ferreño.
Hi. First, I wanted to thank you for this opportunity. And Jessica Setiawan, I'm sorry if I've massacred your name. You made a comment, which I'm interested in hearing a lot more about, with the historic characteristics being maintained in the already the designated conservation neighborhoods, and what will in the future be determined conservation neighborhoods, because I know all that research has not been done. I'd like to know what specific efforts will be made to that end. Next, I want to know why US mail has not been used. Not everyone's online. So you can't assume that online notifications are going to reach everyone. And I think it needs to be mandated that developers, anyone with real estate interests, cannot bid on any homes that go for sale, single family homes, because they will outbid a couple that wants to purchase, and they will decimate a property. And if they do actually purchase, if anyone purchases, whomever purchases, they should be mandated to live in that property for at least 5 years, whether they make it a duplex or what have you. They need to be present in the neighborhood. You can't just buy it, modify it, and rent it out. Thank you.
And next we have Bill Rankin.
Hi, I'm Bill Rankin. I live in the North Willow Glen neighborhood. I agree that more housing within San Jose is needed, but I think that opportunity housing is a very complicated issue that needs more input from citizens. It needs to be a citywide conversation. My wife and I moved into our neighborhood 21 years ago. We chose this neighborhood exactly because it was a neighborhood with single family houses. Each of the houses here are unique and the neighbors are quite diverse. Opportunity housing, if done improperly, has the potential to adversely affect the quality of this and many other unique neighborhoods throughout San Jose. Design guidelines will be imperative to implementation of any opportunity housing plan in order to maintain the unique neighborhoods that make our city special. Also, if multiple families live on a property originally designed for one family, parking will be a major issue that I have not heard addressed. I am against opportunity housing implemented badly. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Who's the next speaker?
Next is Todd Williams.
1 minute is hardly enough time for such a consequential proposal, but here I go. Many seem to be equating the misleadingly named opportunity housing with affordable housing. I'm also alarmingly hearing this framed as reparations, which I'm not sure is the issue before this task force. Regardless, opportunity housing is not affordable housing. I live in a very welcoming and diverse downtown neighborhood near a slated urban transit village, so that already means many new housing developments. I've also seen many complexes built downtown and throughout the city, but have not seen any decrease in pricing. My home is within walking distance of 3 condo complexes. In downtown, a small 1-bedroom for sale starts at $500,000 plus minimum. I repeat in closing, opportunity housing is not affordable housing. Do not be fooled. Vote no.
Okay, thank you. Who's the next speaker?
Is Ali Rico.
Hi, my name is Allie. I live in the Hensley neighborhood. I called in to support at the last meeting, and I want to reiterate my support of opportunity housing tonight and urge the task force to recommend it be expanded citywide. Opportunity housing is a chance for the city to meet some of our citywide climate goals, specifically in Pillar 2, by making sure that people can live closer to work instead of forcing people further and further away because the city is unaffordable. We are currently surrounded by wildfires and people are losing their homes because of it. If we had more opportunity housing in this city already, perhaps this wouldn't be an issue. Thank you for letting me speak again.
Thanks, Allie. Who's the next speaker?
Next, we have a phone number with the last 3 digits, 140. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great. No, we need to do what we have to make use with what we have already, and building more housing isn't going to be the answer. It'll just go up higher, or you'll have a bunch of low income housing. Just look at the housing they have on Kirtner there. It looks terrible near the Oak Hill Cemetery. There's supposed to be some affordable housing there, and now they're going to redo it. Anything San Jose touches or tries to manage, it just turns to crap. I hate to say it, but you need to invest in the neighborhoods that you already have. We don't need more people, and trust me, tech workers are going to be working from home out of Texas and Idaho and Nevada. People aren't going to stay here if they're going to be able to work from home, and that's on the horizon. Mark Zuckerberg already said half of his staff going to work from home. They're not going to work from home here in Santa Clara Valley. We just need to make our public transportation, our parking. Yeah, we need more parking. That's true. We need to make it everything better than what we have already. We don't. A policeman or a fire department can't even show up to a basic call in a neighborhood. And
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your comments, if you could.
What?
We're trying to work on a even time limit for everybody.
Okay, whatever. We don't have the infrastructure. You're going to pack more people in here. You guys are crazy. Sam LaCarra is going to sell out to the developers, all his friends from Bellarmine. He's going to sell out to them. You just watch and wait till this Google fiasco near the train station. Remember who told you. It's going to be a disaster. Sorry it took so long. Thanks.
Can we have your name, please?
Taxpayer.
Okay, thank you. Go to the next speaker, please.
We have Brian Prescott.
All right, Brian.
Hi, for the record, my name is Brian Prescott. First of all, I'd like to thank staff and the task force for inviting public comment here. And I would like to speak in support of opportunity housing. I think it should be considered citywide, and I think we should start considering it without delay. One thing I'd like to point out is that for all the outreach we've made to neighborhood groups, we were leaving out the vast majority of stakeholders, because the majority of stakeholders are people who don't yet live in San Jose. We are positioned to add tons of jobs to the city in the near term. People are going to move here for those jobs, and they're going to look for homes, and we should make it legal for them to build and to choose the homes that suit them. Many families here have children who will grow up. Many of them will soon have children who will themselves grow up, look for homes in the area. It should be legal for them to build and to choose the homes that they like. So if we want a future where the city grows and improves on its successes, or just a future where your grandkids can find a place nearby to grow up, this is a great way to do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. The next speaker, Maria Martinez. Maria?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maria Martinez, and I'm site supervisor from FRC Valley Palms. And also I'm working in Somos Mayfair. For me, I don't be opposed about the making house, but I know that we need affordable housing for people that we have income, very low income, extremely low income. And also that's necessary you provide translation for the people can participate with you in these meetings, because it's important. Our community, they have the voices, especially the Spanish community, because my community, they never talking about these issues, and that's what the community that more don't have the opportunity to have the affordable housing. So please try to invite more people to speak Spanish for get the voices. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Maria. I think the next speaker is Aaron Eckhouse. Aaron?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
My name is Aaron Eckhouse. I'm the Regional Organizing Director for the Bay Area with California YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. Calling in on behalf of over 2,500 members and supporters of California YIMBY who live in San Jose, urging you to support opportunity housing and to expand it to cover the entire city. It will make the policy more effective by broadening the base. We're talking about small scale incremental changes here. If you want this to meet the scale of San Jose's housing needs, it needs to cover the entire city, and it will make the policy more equitable. Over 75% of blocks that are zoned R1 in San Jose, and that's 84% of the city, have a median income above the San Jose median. So by expanding opportunity housing, we're going to be creating new opportunities for people to live in places with educational, economic, and environmental resources that will allow them to have great lives here. Urge you to support this and make it citywide. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Next speaker is Catherine Hedges. Catherine?
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm calling to support opportunity housing. As I mentioned in my letter, I've lived in buildings to be the equivalent, in duplexes and triplexes in residential neighborhoods, and they're definitely an integral part of a neighborhood like that. And as Aaron said, it gives people more opportunities. And there seems to be all kinds of conflation, things like Kertner Studios. Like, come on, we're talking about duplexes and quads, and they should be throughout the city. And it's very easy to make them blend in with the architecture of the neighborhood. And these are not going to be affordable housing complexes. With the building costs, you're going to be getting things affordable to, say, teachers or nurses at the very low end of the scale. And they probably won't.
Yes, Catherine, did you want to just finish that last sentence?
Sure.
Can we, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this won't be housing for the, high earning, but we have a lot of people, I mean, like city staff who should be living in the city.
All right.
And people moving out of their parents'
All
houses.
right, thank you, Catherine. We're going to have to move on so everybody has an equal amount of time to speak. I do appreciate your comments. Thank you. We're going to go to Lana Smith now.
Hello, my name is Lana Smith, and I'm in the Shasta-Hansett Park neighborhood. I would like to state my full support for public discourse, but not the way we're having it now. You're having comments with no feedback. I would really welcome multiple meetings where there could be conversations rather than comments only. And the other thing I would like to say is that I oppose opportunity housing, and especially the way it's being presented. It seems like it's a one size fits all neighborhoods, and it's not. There are neighborhoods that would welcome this, and there are neighborhoods such as my own where most of us do not welcome this. So I urge you to go back to the drawing board and not make it one size fits all, and also think about holding some community meetings where there can be actual back and forth rather than just comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. The next speaker is Maria Hennessy. Maria?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm with Julian James Neighborhood Association. I wrote this. Santa Clara Street corridor that is mapped out into Nagley Park and Julian James neighborhoods is short-sighted in many ways. Any increase in multi-units in this area will increase the number of children attending our schools. The city and county are already trying to put 800 units onto the old hospital site. How many children live in this low-income project alone? How many will be there? Add to that the urban village project. How many children? And now the opportunity housing proposal is to be added into that small corridor along Santa Clara. How many more children will that bring? How will it impact our schools? Horace Mann Elementary has a very small footprint, and there's no room for expansion. Where will the city build another school to cover this influx? Where are the parks and playgrounds needed for this influx? Can I continue to talk?
Just if you can finish that sentence, ma'am.
All right, where will the infrastructure be located in a small historic neighborhood of older homes? And how are these going to be funded?
Thank you, Maria. Next speaker is Tammy. Tammy, are you there? We'll come back to you. Okay, next speaker is Leslie Van Zee. Leslie? All right. Keelan, can you help me here?
Sure. Next, we have Maria Hennessy.
No, she just spoke.
Oh, she just spoke.
Yes.
Sorry. We have Edward Song. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'd like to thank Chair Pandori, City Staff, and Director Huey for the additional community outreach. The revised proposal seeks to address many of the deficiencies that were exposed through public comment at the last meeting. As the chair of the city's Historic Landmarks Commission for the last 6 years, I wanted to point out some rather glaring errors in the task force follow-up about the HRI. The historic resources inventory needs to be comprehensively updated before any opportunity housing can be allowed to move into areas that might be impacted. The 7 Chicano murals were only put on the HRI after a 3-year campaign by the public. The 10 commercial signs were added. Dix and Waldo's 2 buildings. The 384 properties in North Willow Glen was a 12-year process on behalf of the neighborhood to make it happen. The 133 properties in Alameda Park was a 15-year process. There were, in all told, 12 properties added to a list that has 4,000 on them. The HRI needs a comprehensive updating before opportunity housing can be allowed to go forward.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. Okay, our next speaker is
Well, can we go back
Cyan.
to Tammy? She's
Okay.
still here. Tammy, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, this is Dan and Tammy, and it's say hi.
Hello.
So we are opposed to this opportunity housing thing. You know, we're familiar with an 8,000 square foot lot. It's crazy to suggest you could put 4 units on here and not wreck the the character of your block, if not the neighborhood.
And especially units with families.
Right.
In it.
It's
And
just-
we agree with the school overcrowding too.
Right. So we need housing where the jobs are, not in San Jose. We have 0.87 jobs per worker in San Jose, according to District 10, Johnny Camus. Other cities like Palo Alto and Mountain View are more like 2 jobs per resident. They exploit us as a bedroom community. And, you know, we get the homeless, we get the poverty, we get all the problems. We have to provide the police services, the libraries, everything. And they get away for free. And now we're going to double down. It's nuts. Don't help Palo Alto out like this. Let them house some of their own workers for a change. Stop this crazy train.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Keelan, are we still on track?
Sorry, it's some of the people lowered their hands. So next we have Sanyan Silveraman. Oh, 1 second. Some of the speakers are using older version of Zoom, so we have to promote them to panelists for a second for them to speak. Let's go back to that person. Next we have Neil.
Okay, Neil, you're on.
Yeah.
Hi, Neil.
Can you hear
Are
me?
you there?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So just a short comment. I just want to say that I really don't support this project. I also think it's kind of the wrong time to be doing planning of this sort. We really don't know what the final impact of COVID is going to be on the housing market in this area. I mean, that could be significantly impacted with remote work becoming the norm. And what seems to be the start of a little bit of an exodus out of the Bay Area. So we don't know what the housing problem is going to be like 2 years from now. I mean, it very well could be that everything is affordable 2 years from now. So I think it's better to pause and wait a couple of years because this is a pretty significant world event that we don't know what the ramifications are going to be. And I think it's just better to wait a couple of years and understand what the problem is before we propose any other solutions to solve it.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is Deloa. Are you there, Deloa?
Are you talking Delia?
Yes, sorry for mispronouncing that.
Okay. So I'm one of the people that lives in Eastside San Jose. And let me tell you, I am totally against this. I live in homes that are mostly 5,000 square foot plots. And I am surrounded by homes that have been turned into 4-bedroom apartments with with one neighbor has about 10 cars, about which 6 are parked on the street. And that's just one house. I am surrounded by these people. And there's not a lot of family homes. When that home went up for sale, I was begging a family would buy it. Instead, it was an investor who turned it into a 4-bedroom apartment. And it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And I think there should be a moratorium of anything happening in East Side San Jose as far as putting in any more housing, because a lot of these housing are illegal and never went through proper permits, and now code enforcement is closed. So there's nothing you can really do about it. So please say no, especially to East San Jose.
Thank you. Let's go next to Daniel Coyne. Daniel, are you there? You can unmute your microphone. All right.
Daniel, please unmute yourself.
All right, we're going to come back up.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Dan Coyne and I live in Nagley Park. And I've submitted an email that addresses a number of issues and it's posted on the website. But tonight I'd like to talk about the parking and traffic impacts that increased density resulting from opportunity housing will have on neighborhoods. Increased density in residential neighborhoods will simply increase traffic in those communities. And those communities have limited ability to address traffic problems. Local neighborhoods must wait 10 years or more to simply have their streets repaved. They would need to wait twice that to have roads expanded to meet additional traffic, assuming that that was even possible. Increasing transportation options is a good and achievable goal and should be developed before we increase density. BART is a decade away and VAT is fragmented and highly underutilized. Assumptions that access to mass transit would reduce auto use have never materialized. One simple way to address traffic and parking issues is to expand opportunity housing citywide, thus decreasing the impact in any one area.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have your email as well. Thank you for that. Next speaker is Deborah Spencer. Just unmute yourself and you can go ahead. Deborah? We'll go to Tim Clausen. Tim Clausen's the next person. Are you available, Tim? Just unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Okay, so opportunity.
Hewlin, can you fix that?
1 second. I'm gonna try and.
All right, this is Tim.
Yeah, we have you now. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to say that opportunity housing is not affordable housing. The enormous amount of housing that was built around the Berryessa area did nothing for affordable housing or reduce housing costs. The urban villages will change the dynamic of the single family neighborhood already with traffic parking thanks to SB 35, air and noise pollution. We are a bedroom community, so why are we allowing San Jose leaders, task force members, and such to destroy our single family neighborhoods and quality of life for other cities? It's more of a developer's dream to buy, tear down, and build fourplexes and destroy historic single family neighborhoods, things that people have spent millions of dollars to buy homes and live in for what you say is the good, better good of all. Thank you. Vote no.
You. Okay. Thank you. Deborah Spencer, we're going to try and give you another chance. Deborah? Hewlin, can you?
Deborah, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Let's go to the next speaker then. Would that be Raquel Pacheco? Raquel, are you here? Just need to unmute
Raquel,
yourself. Raquel, are you there? Shall we go to the next speaker, Hewlin?
Okay, we have Catherine Mathewson. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. There are lots of details that on this opportunity housing that still need to be worked out, and that's why I oppose it. It will be a very costly financial loss for the neighbors of opportunity housing, as the neighbors' property values will go down. Since these units will not come with yards, this will be a problem for the greening of the neighborhood. building duplexes or 3 to 4plexes will come at the expense of side and backyards with lots of trees and shrubs removed. This will impact San Jose's tree cover and will affect higher greenhouse gases and create heat islands in neighborhoods. And I live in the Shasta-Hanchett neighborhood, and I'm concerned about it in my historical neighborhood and what it will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hewlin, would you call the next speaker?
Let's try Deborah Spencer again. If you can unmute yourself. Okay, next person, Raquel Pacheco. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for having me. I live in the Blossom Valley neighborhood, and with regard to outreach, I barely heard about this 2 weeks ago, and I only heard about this meeting literally last night at 10 o'clock. So there is no outreach. I've talked to my neighbors and who live in the neighborhood, and we didn't even know this was happening. We didn't even know that the talks were even being talked about. Most of us live in 6,000 square foot lots. I can't imagine putting a fourplex on a 6,000 square foot lot. I moved in my house almost 20 years ago. It's a great neighborhood, and I cringe to think that if this plan is accepted and moves forward, what our neighborhood will look like. I understand that there is affordable housing issues, but this isn't going to make housing affordable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Weisner Phillips. Susan, are you here?
Hello.
Hi.
My husband and I are opposed to this initiative based on what we've read and the presentation. Many of the speakers tonight have been mentioning duplex and fourplex, but in the last presentation, you specifically stated that you would allow a fourplex plus 2 ADUs plus 1 junior ADU, allowing for up to 7 units in one lot. And in addition, the state is voting on allowing up to 10 units in one lot. So that needs to be discussed immensely and made known. And Minneapolis only allows up to 3 units in one lot. 2 quick things. There needs to be a massive mailer by the city to every resident about this and what's going on, because it's a large impact. And lastly, if any person on the city council is a developer or a real estate developer, they should be recused from any voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next speaker is Jeffrey Hare. Jeff, are you here? Just unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, David. I appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. First, I want to thank staff for the new website. I think that's a giant step in the right direction. I live in Nagley Park. I'd like to offer my support for the suggestions by Leslie Corsiglia and Andre Luthard for taking consideration of this proposal citywide. I would ask at the same time that any recommendations from the task force include measures to ensure adequate staffing and training resources so that you can achieve these objectives, to include public education and appropriate enforcement, and avoid the backlog of permit applications. And last, I'd like to ask that the city take steps to coordinate with other agencies like the county that owns lots of land that could be used to achieve the housing objectives, and the water district, which is in the process of tearing some down. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alex Shore. Alex, can you unmute yourself and proceed? Yeah.
Yes, I can. I wonder what it would have been like if my grandfather, Doug Duckham, when he came to this valley, had said, as the orchards in my hometown of Saratoga were being transformed into housing tracts. You know what? No one else should be able to live in my community. I like my ranch style house. I like my orchards. They're beautiful. I have tons of privacy. The character in my neighborhood should stay exactly the same. I made an investment in this neighborhood and in this city, and no one else should be able to live here if it adversely affects my property values and my income and my quality of life. This is my valley. I've been here longer than anyone else. I'm the one who needs to stay. Imagine him saying that. Imagine you didn't have an opportunity to come live in this valley because it was too expensive and there wasn't enough housing.
Thank you, Alex. We'll go to the next speaker, Jared Jenkins. Hi, Jared.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. I just want everybody to close their eyes and briefly think about what the word suburb means. To me, it's my community of Communications Hill. My wife and I often joke about how our neighborhood's like the Truman Show because it's freakishly quiet and safe and clean, and people from the outside come to our neighborhood all the time to work out and hang out at our public parks. And yet, it's a mix of single-family homes, townhomes, and condos. Unfortunately, it's not even possible to have a low-density community like mine in 94% of the city. Every argument against this proposal in the name of neighborhood community character is absolutely negated by the fact that Communications Hill exists. I'm a firm believer that we should follow in Minneapolis' footsteps and have a citywide approach. And finally, with regard to the argument as far as the expectation of how neighborhoods, that when they bought the neighborhood, the same argument was made from, for not integrating all white neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. We're going to go now to Diane Gonzalez. Diane, you can unmute yourself and we're ready to hear you. You have to unmute your microphone. Why don't we come back to her?
Next, we have Poe. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Pierluigi Oliverio, board member, Willow Glen Neighborhood Association. We submitted a letter opposing this policy. We believe it will cause unnecessary angst within the cities, all across the city. We don't believe any neighborhood would really look forward to converting single family homes to fourplexes plus 2 ADUs. Having staff, your precious planning staff's time spent working on this issue really puts aside all the other things that have been in the queue for decades, and assigning them to such a huge task will result in ultimately, I believe, no adoption of this policy. So before starting or embarking on that path, we just prefer you support the current and existing general plan, which supports substantial density next to transit and on major streets. And that was the promise in the 2040 task force, was to protect the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Diane Gonzalez, are you there? Diane? Okay, we'll keep going then. Adia Hogue? Adia? Just unmute your microphone and you can go ahead.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I am a resident of Willow Glen. I live in a duplex. It has not lowered any home values in my street. The house 4 doors down from me just sold for $3.4 million. So all these people can, saying their home prices are gonna fall, it's bullshit. And as a person of color who grew up in affordable housing in Huntington Beach, look it up, Orange County, I had access to great public schools because of affordable housing in a great neighborhood in the Huntington Harbor. Denying the use of opportunity housing, denying the expansion, and allowing duplexes and triplexes and quadruplexes to be built throughout the city anybody who opposes this, honestly, in my mind, is a racist and a classist. And this is a great idea. I'm so glad the city is looking to pursue it. And I hope that more people will realize what a great opportunity this will be for families, and to have integrated living opportunities in the city.
Thank you, Adia. Okay, let's see. Diane Gonzalez, we'll give you another try. Diane?
Boom. Boom.
Okay, let's go to Cyanan. Cyanan, go ahead. You have to unmute yourself,
Diane,
Cyanan.
please unmute yourself.
All right. It's a,
Oh, there we go.
okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Cyanan. I'm a single family homeowner in Japantown, and I'm calling in to voice my support for opportunity housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Diane. Try again. Diane Gonzalez. Please unmute yourself. Let's move on to Ramona Snyder. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. I would like to speak in the fact that this was not given enough distribution of this thing that's going to be happening, that you're trying to happen with the opportunity housing to the community. I'm only aware of it because I'm very involved in my district. I'm in my leadership group. And I think if I was to walk around my neighborhood and knock on doors and ask people, are you aware of this thing that might be happening? I would say 99% of them would say, no, I have no idea. So I think that informing the community more would have been a good idea so that more people would be here to give public comment. I'm really in favor of the urban villages because I do live near a transit corridor. And I think that was supposed to be a reason to get more housing for people. I know that they're not all fully developed. I'd like to see them all fully developed and see how that goes before we decide to go into this opportunity housing, which is not equal affordable housing. So I don't know why there's a rush on this. I think that we should revisit it in 4 years and decide if we should do it then. So, but if you do decide to go forward tonight, I think it should be citywide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kelsey Baines.
Well, my name is Kelsey Baines. I am with YIMBY Action and South Bay YIMBY, and want to urge you to support this opportunity housing. Housing is a human right. It's a foundation of health for all humans, but unfortunately, a lot of people don't have access to quality, safe, stable housing. And we see this in our neighbors who are living in unsafe, overcrowded conditions during this pandemic. We also see it in people living in vehicles or on our streets. So we need more housing, and we need more housing in every neighborhood. And this opportunity housing would allow there to be new opportunities for more affordable types of housing in every neighborhood in San Jose. So thank you for pursuing this policy. And I will just say that this will actually make property values go up, not down, because you will be able to make better use of your property by building more housing. I could live in a duplex instead of a multi-generational oneplex. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. I think the next speaker is Kiyomi Yamamoto. Kiyomi?
Yep. Hi, my name is Kiyomi Yamamoto. I'm a fourth generation San Josean and a single family homeowner. I'm speaking for myself this evening, and I support citywide opportunity housing. It took my family more than a generation to move from a red line San Jose neighborhood. And that's because people back then didn't want people who looked like me to move into their neighborhood. My hardworking, law-abiding, and family-oriented great-grandparents were the change that San Joseans then meant to keep out. We were intentionally planned to be a segregated city, and it's incumbent on us to address this now. There are a lot of reasons to not do this, but a strong humanitarian obligation to move this forward. Passing on proposals like this will increase the harmful disparities in equity, decreasing families' housing stability, education, quality, health, and life expectancy. Opportunity housing by itself is not the answer, but paired with smart economic development and other housing policies, we do have the opportunity to become the thriving and inclusive city that we aim to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is June Wang. June, you're up.
Okay,
June.
can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first I want to thank you for the opportunity. So I strongly support opportunity housing, and I personally think that the city should do it as soon as possible. So I'm a resident living close to Topic Avenue in Burbank area, located in West St. Carlos. In one side of St. Carlos, it's a commercial area, but in the other side, it's like garbage. There's even vacant land which is underdeveloped for many years. We as a resident in that area, we need immediate actions like opportunity housing to update our neighborhood right now. So I heard a lot of people are complaining about the insufficient resources like transportation, education, parking lot, etc. But the fact is, if the area is not crowded, the population is not increasing, then there will not be any resource growth, and the city and the neighborhood will not be improved in decades.
Thank you, June. All right. Who's next?
Next,
Keelan?
we have phone number 140.
Ending in 140, right?
Ending 140.
Yeah, I vote no on this whole thing. San Jose can't handle what they have. The historic homes were torn down all over the place for years. Just lately on South First Street near the drive-in in the old Faber's cyclery over there, they tore down all kinds of beautiful old homes. They even burned some of them down for the practice of the fire department because they can't even put out a fire when it's for real. I think it's ridiculous to try to add more people to a place that can't handle electricity on one hot day. Can you imagine that? One hot day, and this city grid melted down because I guess there's too many people. Too many people doing what? Nobody's working. All these businesses are closed. The libraries are closed. There's no business going on due to COVID, and there's one hot day and the whole place melts down. Hey, by all means, build more houses and cram more people in them.
Sure.
They're just going to cram more people into a bigger house. You guys know it. Vote no. You're rushing this thing. This is Sam Liccardo's baby. He wants to
Sir, you
use
need
this.
to, if you would wrap your comments up, please.
Yeah. Vote no, and vote no. You guys are full of crap on this thing to push it through like.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the next speaker. Who do we have, Keelan?
We have ending in digits 230, phone number 230.
And if you could identify yourself too, if you wish to. Telephone caller ending with the numbers 230. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for notifying us about a meeting once listed as to be decided. I couldn't have been happier if I'd gotten the update earlier than 2 days ago. I'm curious as to why over 10% of this represented committee is builders. Council members are duty bound to represent all interests, including builders. Several of the district representatives seem to represent business associations, and one person represents all 230 plus neighborhood associations. It would seem to me there are some serious conflict of interests represented here. If you start with a skewed working group, you're going to get a skewed outcome. Could be challenged, and we citizens would have to pay the court cost on both sides. Sounds like a lose-lose to me. Lastly, why rush into something so new? We cannot predict the major effects of working at home becoming part of the standard work culture, the possibility that self-driving technology will destroy current public transit, and the need for TOD, and the as yet unforeseen consequences of COVID-19.
Sir, could you wrap up your comments, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I remember the hate. Okay, good night and good luck.
All right, thank you, sir.
Next, we have Do N. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, could you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, Do Engine In.
Okay, thank you.
Right. I'm in support of expanding opportunity housing citywide, not just within the half-mile walking distance to the transit urban villages. Um, and the comments that you're using the quote, preserving historical character of the neighborhood are obviously uninformed because we have historical roots of the bungalow courts and the multi-unit dwellings.
Can you speak up a little bit more, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, thanks.
Okay. I want to make a comment on implementation. We do have to be careful about implementing this because there should be restrictions that the units are the expansion should be owner occupied, and the new units that are built shouldn't be used as rentals for Airbnb and the temporary rentals, and they should be occupied year round.
All right, thanks very much for the comments. We're going to go to Sandra. Sandra, unmute yourself and you can go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. I had tried to forward to the committee, but I'm not sure it got there because I went through my councilman. Recent articles in the Wall Street Journal and other articles regarding how COVID-19 will change housing, public transit, and others. It seems premature when we don't know how things are going to work out to start making plans and studies without considering the possible impact here. I also am concerned about the makeup of the committee. Lobbyists and people with significant financial interest should really not have or be recusing themselves during the voting. We need to look at a lot of aspects here. I am also personally concerned when people make statements that if you oppose this idea, then you're racist or whatever. I find that hurtful, and I also find it not open to public discourse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sandra. Next speaker is Janaki Clem.
Yes, good evening. My name is Janica Clem, and as I said at the last meeting, I support this, but I also support the task force being able to have the opportunity to deliberate. I hope that we are able to achieve that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think our last speaker, if I'm looking at this right, unless somebody else puts up their hand, it looks like a phone caller ending with the numbers 576. Go ahead. If you would, identify yourself, please.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Am I being heard?
Yes.
Yeah, all
yes.
right. My name is Mark, and I want to express opposition to these plans, which are continuing to cram more and more sardine-type housing for shoehorning more and more people into these areas. It achieves only two goals. Number one, to give more tax revenue to greedy people who leave this town and just want more tax revenue to waste it. Secondly, it is putting a lot of money in developers' pockets or a special interest. The quality of life for ordinary residents has been ruined, and it's being more and more ruined, and I'm against it. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Keelan, that looks like the last hand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for the comments that have been offered, and thank you to the task force for your attention. What I'd like to do is I'm just going to give like, let's just give like 2 minutes, and we're going to spend the rest of the night exclusively with the task force. I know everyone's been sitting here attentively, so I'm going to give, it'll be a 2-minute break, okay? 2 minutes. If you want to get a sip of water or whatever you need to do, we'll do that, and we'll come back, okay? Thank you. And I'm going to look because I see a number of people turn their video off. I'm just going to wait for some of those videos to be turned back on because that'll indicate to us here that you're here. And we can get going. Okay, so just have a couple comments before we start our discussion here. Pretty much, you know, however people want to go forward, if somebody, we're not going to try to split things up like discussion, comments versus questions. I'm not going to ask anybody to defer a motion. That can happen at any time, however the task force wants to do something. Here's the only thing I want to suggest to people. It's just advice. Take it for what it's worth. The council put together a 40+ task force with different interests. The value of doing that on the council's part is they want the benefit of everybody's point of view. Doesn't mean that we're all going to agree on things, but I think the council really wants the benefit of that. And what we've tried to do as much as we can is collaborate to try and get to a path that forges a consensus, particularly with an issue like this one, where there may be different points of view, and there are different points of view throughout the city. If we can start to forge a common path forward, that will bode well for how this issue goes forward. So I'm only saying that in the context that whoever makes a motion, I'm asking you maybe to consider it just kind of like a preliminary motion, just to provoke discussion, and then listen. And listen not as necessarily an advocate of your motion, but listen as a collaborator. And then we'll come back to the motion, whoever makes it, and we'll see if we can forge kind of a collaborative process or idea or way of going forward. So what I'm going to do is just turning to the Zoom list here. I'm going to the panelist list, and I'm just going to start from moving from the top down. And the first person I have is Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, David. I want to thank staff for all their additional work on this topic since last month. I especially appreciate the further outreach to the community and the new webpage about this topic. Whatever happens here tonight, I think having that outreach and having that webpage available just to get the word out is a very helpful first step. I also appreciate the follow-up about the previous comments from task force members. Our questions and even our musings were addressed. And I found it very interesting that it's too early to tell what the impacts would be, because we only know of 2 cities that have put this in place. And as someone had stated, at a lower level than we did, but there hasn't anything been finished yet or constructed. And so we don't know what the impacts are. That's also true of our urban villages, because we haven't even passed all of our urban village plans. We have not completed that from our original general plan that was when it was first passed. So those are all the things I'm thinking about. And when I'm listening to when I was listening to the public comment, and I thought, seeing the process with the recommendation, how long and how involved the process would be for staff. I thought back about to the urban villages and the fact that not all the plans have been completed yet, and how much more possibility they hold for housing units. West San Carlos, for example, people were just waiting for that urban village plan to get passed. And when we passed it, I've got all along the corridor, a string of projects. Most of them are housing projects, and half of them are affordable housing projects. They were just waiting for the right time. I think it is a more efficient use of staff time and a much more effective way to get units built to focus on those urban village plans. And I was also thinking as I was listening to the comments and looking at the Minneapolis and Seattle examples, we really have already effectively converted all of our single family home parcels to 2 or 3 units as a possibility, because we allow, and state law allows, an ADU and a junior ADU. So we're already farther down the path, and we know that that's happening in some places. We've doubled, I believe, Rosalind or Michael could tell me if I'm remembering correctly, I believe we've doubled the number of permits for ADUs every year over the last 3 years. So we are adding units to the single family home areas already. And we also don't know, someone from the east side spoke about how their homes there have already been converted into 4 units and how difficult it is to have to do parking there and how crowded the areas are. That's a concern. And we don't know what that looks like yet. What is clear is, as I said before, this is a huge body of work for staff, and there are so many competing priorities. Somebody also mentioned that. So many competing priorities, not least of which is the comprehensive historic resource inventory update. So I would really like us to recommend that staff, while this is I think it's an attractive idea, I worry that it will take so much staff time and it will redirect it away from values that we already have and that are already stated in the general plan. So I would actually like to make a motion not to accept the staff recommendation and instead recommend that staff focus their housing related efforts on finishing the existing urban village plans and completing the comprehensive historic resource inventory update.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay. So well, as I mentioned, let's just think of these motions as just a starting point for discussion. And as I've encouraged, whoever makes a motion is just think of it not necessarily just as an advocate for the motion, but think of it from a collaboration point of view with an open mind to maybe comments from other folks here. So I don't want to take a vote on these right away. I just want to encourage the discussion here. So I'm just going to keep going down the list. And by the way, I just want to make it clear, if at any time somebody just wants to call the question, that's permissible. But I'm just suggesting, this is just advice, that what we're trying to do here is not cut off discussion, but encourage it. So the next person I've got is Ray Bramson. Ray, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'll keep it brief. You know, unfortunately, we've got a history of limiting opportunity, unfortunately, in a lot of our land use policies. In San Jose, in Santa Clara County, in California in general, I don't mean to disagree with you, Councilmember Davis, because I do respect you quite a bit. And I do believe that this particular policy item is not going to be the policy item that yields the amount of affordable housing that we need for our city. I think this is a small impact compared to some of the other items that we've had before us. That being said, I think we have to start somewhere. I think this is the beginning of what will be a very, very long process where we won't see the results for years. But I do, looking at staff's recommendation, I propose a substitute motion, and I appreciate your comments, Chair. I'm just putting it on the floor right now. It doesn't. That we accept staff's recommendations with the modification to explore the feasibility of opportunity housing citywide.
So, I mean, that's really contrary entirely to the motion. And so what I'd like to do, and I'll come back to anybody who wants to just call the question or whatever, but may I suggest that let's just go through this, get people's comments. We'll take a vote on to see if the motion's going to get amended. And then we'll come back.
Point of order.
Get approved.
In past task force meetings, we have been able to propose substitute motions. Question to the chair: why are we no longer allowing substitute motions?
You can do whatever you want. I'm only giving advice here. We've started off with 5 minutes of kind of discussion here. If somebody wants to do that, Ray, if you want to follow through, it's not really, as far as I understand Robert's Rules of Order, it's just an absolutely contrary motion. So, I think if that's where you want to go, we should just take a vote on this motion and then proceed with the next one. Because that's essentially voting no on this motion, that's what we would need to do to go ahead with that. So, if there's...
Point of order.
Sure, who's up?
This is Jim Zito.
Hi, Jim.
How you doing? If I understand Robert's rules and the way we've used them in the city for many, many years, a substitute motion takes precedent over a main motion. That gets voted on. If it's voted down, then the main motion gets voted on. In addition, a motion to call a question is a motion requires a 3/4 vote to pass, to stop. Okay. That's.
All right. I'm just trying to encourage discussion before motions, having 3 or 4 or 5 different motions. Ray, are you willing to hold off, or do you want to just go ahead with it? It's your prerogative.
Chair, I don't want to limit discussion on the council member's motion, so I'm fine holding and returning to this point later. Like I said, I prefer not to limit discussion. I was putting in the substitute motion because we have such a large panel, and I know it's difficult to find time for everyone to speak.
And I will come back to you, Ray, okay? All right, so let's go to the next person that is on the list in order is Juan Estrada. Juan?
Dear Chair, I am also making a secondary motion. It is a substitute motion. I did check with city staff, and I understand that the city generally doesn't use Robert's Rules of Orders. We use Rosenberg's rules, but in both sets, a substitute motion is considered first. We don't go back to the original motion. My motion is, I motion to have the task force recommend allowing up to 4 units on parcels with a residential neighborhood land use designation citywide, and to proceed with the subsequent steps identified by city staff in the August 13th, 2020 memo to the task force with the subject line August 20th, 2020 task force meeting. If you'd like, I could share my screen to outline the subsequent steps that staff have indicated. Essentially, my motion, it's my understanding per the rules too, is that I will give the reasoning for my motion if it is seconded. But what I do want to say is, okay, it's been seconded. I do not wish to give up my secondary motion. I'd like to proceed.
All right, we'll take comments on your motion.
Dear Chair, I believe now I get to explain why.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Point of order, David.
Point
of order, David. So you have a substitute motion from Ray that you just ignored. So the normal way would be that Ray would take precedence over Juan.
All right. Let me give this one more shot, and if I'll go down with 3. I really think it's beneficial for us to listen to each other
first.
What's happened is we've had three speakers with three motions. We have people proposing things, and we don't have people listening to each other. We're going to make a motion, okay? I really encourage listening first. So, you know, if we're going to do this, I told Ray I'd go back to him. He was gracious to allow this process to move forward. Juan, it's your prerogative too.
Yes, dear Chair, I absolutely believe the task force should engage in discussion. I absolutely believe we need to listen. I absolutely appreciate all of the public commentary that we've received. Again, it's my understanding, and I'm new to this, so when I read Rosenberg's rules of order, what I read is that generally the chair asked to see if there is a motion as a first step to guide the discussion, to focus the discussion. I would really like to have a focused discussion rather than be all over the place. And because I value and respect the task force's time, I respectfully decline to rescind my motion. I understand that a prior motion was rescinded. I would like to move forward with my motion, which has been seconded. I would like next to outline my reasoning so that then the task force can discuss.
Okay, go ahead, Juan, and sorry, Ray, but that's sort of how it worked out. Go ahead.
Okay, so can I share my screen to go ahead and share the subsequent steps that staff have outlined?
Sure.
Okay.
Staff, can you make that work for Juan?
I think I've got it. Let me get rid of this little panelist panel. And I am trying to figure out how to get those faces to go in so that everybody can see my screen. So the subsequent what staff outlined, let me clarify. My motion is identical to what staff have recommended, with the difference being that staff identified further exploring opportunity housing with only certain areas of the city. I am motioning to make it citywide. And so what staff noted, and I'm going to read pretty quick, should city council direct staff to further explore opportunity housing, and maybe I click here. No, let me make it smaller. Apologies. Trying to figure out how to hide that. Okay. The following actions will need to be initiated. In other words, staff has a plan to address concerns, to identify needs. This is not something that's just going to be done all at once. And we don't have the power to do that either. So again, should city council direct staff to further explore opportunity housing, the following actions will need to be initiated.
Actually, in the interest of time, Juan, you sent this in an email to everybody, didn't you?
I did. Did everybody read it?
Well, you're making a motion that's gonna recommend approval of your email, right? Okay, so.
Sure, as long as I'm fine with it. What I do want to do, dear chair, is just make sure that everyone from the public, everyone on the task force, everyone who watches this online or who watches it at a later time understands that city staff, as always, did a great job, created a great plan. I'll just read the quick bullets instead. They would conduct a citywide community engagement effort. They would explore an affordable housing incentive. They would find an approach that would allow opportunity housing while also minimizing displacement. They would explore strategies to preserve historic areas and properties while also allowing opportunity housing. They would update city policies and ordinance to allow opportunity housing. And then they just remind us that this will be presented to the council. The council will make the ultimate decision. As Eric noted, we are just deciding whether to begin a process, and the process would be to explore this citywide. That doesn't mean a decision has been made that it will be citywide. It just doesn't limit the opportunity. And now I will go ahead and explain how I came to this conclusion. So why citywide opportunity housing instead of only in some areas? Doing so would increase options citywide for lower income families and communities of color, provide equal opportunity to one-unit residential property owners, and maximize the number of units possible to address the housing crisis. And for those who wonder, would abolishing single-family home zoning designation within only certain areas instead of citywide would that be the best decision for San Jose? My conclusion was no. We can do better. We can do better for those that need housing. We could do better to provide more opportunity for single family property owners. We could do better to help undo historic patterns of exclusion that reinforce segregation. I'm almost done. I appreciate for you bearing with me. Concerns have been expressed about future implementation. I've noted that staff have a plan and that the city council will ultimately decide. I heard the word reparations. This isn't about reparations. It's true people were denied opportunities in the past. This is about the future. This is about giving people opportunities in the future. Whoever was denied an opportunity in the past may no longer be here, may have moved long ago. It's people like us and our kids and others who we need to provide opportunities for. I've heard concerns about what restrictions will there be, such as limits based on square footage. And we know those will be outlined in the past. They'll be identified via community outreach. I heard there's a concern about the impact of adding units to a neighborhood. Well, then that's all the more reason to do it citywide. Let's not concentrate 5,000 new units in a small area when we could do it citywide. I heard a concern about, well, there are other efforts underway to improve this city, to improve the quality of life, to improve opportunities for others. And what I say is we shouldn't stop progress just because other efforts are underway. We might take 1,000 years to accomplish everything if we did that. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge an additional concern. I was on a Zoom call with leaders of the leadership groups for neighborhood associations in San Jose yesterday. And the concern that I did hear that I want us to reassure the public of is their concern is whatever we agree on will be changed. There's a lack of trust that the city will actually do what we're trying to do, will listen to neighborhood associations during outreach. And I just want to point out that that is a concern. That is why this may be scary to some people. Where might this go? And I can tell you that I believe that the city council will do its best to try to honor the intent and to listen to the community and to do what is best for the city, just like we are all doing here with our varying opinions. And so this is why I decided that opportunity housing citywide is the best option. As I noted in my letter, let me just point out that limiting opportunity housing to only some areas like around an urban village, which will already have high density, is not really an acceptable alternative. It's citywide or not at all. And citywide is the best approach for this city.
Thank you, Juan. Can you stop the sharing there?
Yes.
Not the sharing of the comments, but the sharing of the desktop.
Thank you for the reminder. I would have forgotten.
All right. So I'm just going to encourage people, please, even though we've got these motions on the floor, that doesn't preclude you from collaborating. All right. So we can still try to stay on that path. The next speaker I have listed is Councilmember Foley.
Thank you so much, David. This is a little bit like herding cats, I fear, and we're going to have a long discussion about opportunity housing, and it's a valid discussion to have as it affects our neighborhoods and our community. But I have to speak against actually the current motion that is on the table, because I'm very concerned about the limited staff time available that we have and resources. So I'd like to ask Rosalind a question as to how heavy of a lift is this to go out to all of our communities, engage our communities, which I believe is extremely important that we do any type of, when we're looking to expand a program this broad across the city. And Juan, I do agree with you that we should look at all of the city. I just don't think now is the time, because I'm concerned about the resources and time that we have, both resources financially and the staff time that it will take to do this type of investigation. So Rosalind, can you give us an idea of how many staff members will you need to employ this strategy, how long it will take, and what initiatives will staff be removed from in order to do this?
Thank you, Councilmember Foley. Thankfully, in the last year or two, with council support, we've actually been able to add staffing to the citywide planning team, and we're very, very excited about that. Michael is leading the division and has actually created several work groups around very specific work items, such as the general plan, urban villages, housing, station area planning, and our policy and ordinance work. I'll ask Michael to give details, but he's actually put together a team for the general plan. Obviously, this particular work item is not the only item in their work plan, but we do have more staffing now in the citywide planning team than we've ever had. As staff has mentioned before, we've outlined these 5 specific actions that should the council direct staff to move forward with the opportunity housing concept. And we know it's going to take some time. We are estimating about 2 years worth of work. We are thinking that it makes sense to align this with the 6th cycle of the housing element. Michael's team is also starting that work, so we would align this work with that effort as it relates to updating the housing element, which actually is also a part of the general plan. So Michael, I'll ask you to chime in terms of any additional resources you think you might need for this particular work item in the next 2 years.
Yeah, hi everybody. So as Rosalind said, we actually have a fair amount of staff on all of the sort of the areas that we have to undertake take this. But in addition to, we have an urban designer, we have a general Jessica, if she's willing. We have a position that she could be working on this. We have ordinance staff person that would have time. So we have a lot of staff that we haven't had in years past, thanks to that new fee that the city council enacted. We also were recently awarded a $1.5 million grant from the state of California, the Department of Housing and Community Development. So we have other resources that we've been awarded that we can tap into to do this work as part of the upcoming housing element update. So we have, and that money can be used for staff time. It can be used for hire consultants to assist us. We're given sort of a luxury of deciding how to best use that. So we, unlike in years past, we have a more resources than we've had. Probably some of the most resources we've had in about 20 years, frankly. So we're in good shape to tackle this kind of work. I mean, I don't want to deny there's a lot of things that need to be done, but we're in a position better than ever before to take something like this on.
So if I could follow up then, if you're taking this on, how will you also be able to take on the urban village plans and getting urban village plans going in all those designated urban villages that don't have one? Specifically, you and I have talked about one on Bascom Avenue that they want to build affordable housing, but they they've been told they're precluded because of the number of affordable housing units allowed on that street in that urban village, yet there is no urban village plan designated. So like Councilmember Davis, I believe we should focus on getting the urban village plans, because we have developers ready to go to build once they know what the urban village, not ready to build, ready to submit their proposals for the real estate in order to create an affordable project in many of our districts. And we're starting to see that in District 9, which is really important that we start having some affordable housing built. So how will this time how will your staff time in this take away from the urban villages? And further, we're facing huge budget crisis. So while you may be fully staffed right now. I'm very concerned about how that's going to affect, our budget is going to be affected in the next coming couple of months. And I'm very cautious about this work. We all have developments that are going to take a lot of community outreach, and that's going to take your staff to help partner with that. And I know you know many of them in all of our districts. So address my concerns about your time and efforts.
Yeah, I mean, so the Urban Village team is a specific team dedicated to doing urban village planning. The staffing and the resources that I'm talking about would not affect that team. It really be the council's direction if they want us to refocus staff on other teams or other efforts more into urban villages. Typically, the money for urban villages comes from not the staffing. We pay for much of the staffing, but a lot of the actual consultant work and some of the staffing comes from outside grants. So the LEAP grant actually does have some money for some urban village planning work to do some planning in specific areas that were identified. But yeah, I mean, that ultimately is going to be the council's decision. What we laid out before you doesn't touch that team. That team is intact. They have the resources they have. They have projects lined up with grants that we've already been awarded. We will go after more grants. But if it's the council's desire, they could shift resources to put more people in that kind of work. That's really up to the council to decide.
Okay, just to follow up on the 1 point, I'm sorry, Rosalind, did you have something you wanted to?
No, I was just going to say, in terms of developers or applicants who have a project ready to go in an urban village where we don't have a plan already in place, you know, the general plan does allow for the signature project process. So there is opportunity for a developer, landowner, or applicant to move forward with the project, even if there is not a council approved urban village plan in place. So just wanted to mention that.
Okay, thank you. Michael, just a follow-up question on the 1.5 million grant that you mentioned earlier that could help with some of the funding of the Opportunity Zone outreach and project. And then you mentioned that part of that 1.5 could be used for urban villages. So have you, I'd hate to have all the money go to one pot and not to the other. Do you have a budget? Have you thought about that in relation to that grant?
Yes, we do have a budget, and it was in our grant proposal. And I'm afraid maybe someone else on my team has the numbers more top of mind than I do. The bulk of it goes towards the housing element, which we're seeing opportunity housing is something that could be part of the housing element work. And then there's smaller portions that are going to various other planning efforts, including village planning efforts. And yeah, I believe roughly, I think it's about $700,000 or $800,000 is going to the housing element, and smaller numbers are going to other things. But I'd have to get back to you on that, and maybe other staff on my team that are virtually out there may have the answers more top of mind than me at the moment. I have to go look.
That's fine. I actually don't need the specifics right now. I just wanted to make sure you were thinking about a budget in relation to all of the funding needs and not just this particular one. And it sounds like you are, so that's great.
Yeah.
Again, I am very concerned about your staff time and effort and the cost, especially if we start hiring consultants. So I'm going to listen to the rest of the debates, but I will say that one way we can expand affordable housing very easily, and Councilmember Davis already mentioned this, is by building ADUs, and the law already allows for that. Very easy to do, and we need to put more resources into ADU allies to get that through. With that, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley. Next speaker, Kevin Swick.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Pandori. So thanks a lot. I want to, support Juan's motion, and this, I think, probably the motion Ray was going to make as well, around supporting the staff recommendation with the change that it's being done citywide. I mean, I really think, one of the worst mistakes we've made in planning and land use planning in California and probably the whole country is how much land we reserve for only single family homes. It's bad for the environment, it's wasteful, and truly, and it's uncomfortable to talk about, but the historical reasons for why is because it was exclusionary. It was specifically around trying to keep lower income people and people of color out of single family neighborhoods. So, you know, I think it's the opportunity, to me, in opportunity housing is an opportunity to right a past wrong. You know, I just think by keeping it, you know, illegal to build smaller multi-unit buildings like duplexes or triplexes or fourplexes, or even smaller apartment buildings. I would have liked to see this encompass, you know, buildings up to 8 units and really doing missing middle density housing. But keeping us from being able to do that in 94% of the land zoned for residential in San Jose just makes it harder for people to access higher opportunity parts of the city. I do really want to recognize what Councilmember Foley and Councilmember Davis said about ADUs, and I totally agree. That's a really good way to get more homes in parts of this area. But you know, we're in a housing crisis, and more is more. So if there's a way to have a policy that gets fourplexes in all parts of the city as well, in addition to ADUs, I think the time deserves it to study the issue and study it citywide. And just finally, before I wrap up, you know, I do also want to say that, you know, this policy is not going to be the end all be all of ending residential segregation or solving all of our affordable housing crisis. But the thing that's really important about it for me is where it's going to be applied. It's going to be applied in single family neighborhoods. And I'm sorry, we have to put to bed this idea that single family neighborhoods are sacrosanct and cannot be touched with. And so many of the comments we heard tonight, as someone who lives in a single family neighborhood in a single family home, but as someone who has also lived in an ADU in a single family neighborhood, and someone who lived in a fourplex that was a torn down single family home and built into a fourplex. And now I live in a single family home, but I've lived in all of those areas, and neighborhoods are preserved, and it makes it more vibrant and makes it better opportunities for more people to live affordably throughout the city. So I'm in support of Juan and Ray's motion to study this and do it citywide.
Thank you, Kevin. The next speaker is Roberta Moore. Roberta, you're up.
Thank you, David. So first of all, I'm a proponent of opportunity housing. I'm also a proponent of infill. So the challenge I have with what's being proposed is that it excludes rentals. And if you read my memo, there are many ways to make sure that there isn't displacement from rentals. So if you just take the half-a-mile radius, then there only can be 23,000 units built. Whereas if you allowed it in the quarter-mile radius, you could have the full 30,000 units and only disrupt neighborhoods that are in for 30,000 units. And there is an infrastructure issue. That's my second issue with it. If you start having 8 units here and 8 units there and 8 units all spread around the city, then you start getting into traffic and roads. And again, I feel like I'm on the planning commission. So that's my second. My third is, and what really drove my support of Dev Davis's motion is when Pierre Luigi spoke and said, this is already outlined in the general plan. And so what I think has happened is that what the recommendation has brought forward is exclusionary. And I hope you will all listen to me about this. So there's something called the Color of Law. I hope you read it. It's about how the government created regulations that took integrated cities and made them segregated. They created East Palo Alto for the Blacks and Palo Alto for the whites. They created Oakland for the Blacks and San Francisco for the whites. And what I'm concerned about, and I have a question that I think will illuminate this, is that this is going to be more anti-people of color. Because if you look at the rentals, They're often owned by, and statistically in my neighborhood where I have a rental, it's 85% are owned by first and second generation immigrants who are all people of color. Well, I guess some are white because some are from Germany, but they're almost all people of color. And so I am very, very concerned about what's being proposed. I'm very against it. While I'm in favor of infill and I'm in favor of opportunity housing. So I will vote against Kevin's motion. And so my question that I think needs to be answered, I appreciate you finding out the percent of renters by race, but I think it's really important that you find out the percent owners of those rentals by race, because I think you'll find that you're excluding people of race from participating in opportunity housing by voting for this. And I hope that you will, all who want opportunity housing and integration, will vote against this and have them go back and look at that and take rentals off allow rentals to be included.
All right. Thank you, Roberta. The next speaker I've got in order on this list is Jeffrey Buchanan. Jeffrey?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to support the motion on the floor from Task Member Estrada. You know, as someone who lives in a neighborhood where we have a mix of duplexes, triplexes, quads, you know, even up to 6 or more units that walking down the street, you know, look like craftsman homes. I think a lot of the comments that we heard tonight about what kind of neighborhoods that these kinds of projects could create, I'd really challenge folks to walk down my street and see the kind of, you know, both the integration of folks of different ages, incomes, races, ethnicities, and really just it's a beautiful place to live. And, you know, having folks that are renters, having folks that own homes, having folks that live in multifamily housing, I think it brings a real richness to the life of a neighborhood. And so I think this is a great step forward. I would really push back on the comments that we've heard today about the questions about staff priorities. In recent days, in recent months, we've seen an inordinate amount of staff time going to doing things like reducing the fees that some of our largest developers pay for affordable housing. We've seen work to undo our anti-displacement policies, all to benefit a handful of developers, you know, who happen to also be large campaign contributors. So I think we've seen a lot of staff time going to those kinds of enterprises, trying to look towards staff times to doing something like this that, you know, could potentially open up more opportunities for renters to be able to have places where they can live. You know, particularly when you think about the situation that's facing particularly Black and Latinx renters here in this city, where right now 1/3 of Black and Latinx tenants pay half of their rent, half of their income, I should say, every month to rent. You know, those are the same families right now that are facing the greatest risks as a result of COVID, with large numbers that can't even pay next month's rent check. And so I think we're headed in the right direction with this proposal. I'm particularly excited about the opportunity as we look at, you know, how do we prevent displacement as we implement this plan? We should also be looking at what can we do to really create opportunities for creating wealth and community ownership opportunities. The city, the housing department and the planning department and others have been doing some really interesting work of looking at community ownership options like land trust and co-ops. You know, I would encourage staff, if the motion prevails and this work moves forward, to try to look at what is the feasibility of these kinds of developments of you know, 4plexes, perhaps even looking at the Portland model of a 6plex for affordable or for commitments to particular deed restricted affordable. What can we do? What's possible in terms of community ownership, particularly in places like East San Jose, where we have a lot of overcrowding, we don't have a tremendous amount of multifamily housing. Could this be a model for, say, some of the interest around community land trusts and co-ops and other opportunities? So would encourage support for the Estrada motion and looking to make sure that we're looking both at preventing displacement of tenants with the implementation and possibly creating opportunities for community ownership with this model of housing. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. The next speaker I have in order on the list here is Jim Zito. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still undecided, to be honest with you. I can understand why we would want to hold off on it. I do agree there's much other work that needs to be done. And, you know, like many of you who are on this task force, we started back 13 years ago. And there's a lot that we haven't done and haven't fulfilled in that time period. So very happy that planning staff has been augmented. Maybe that will help, you know, bring other things forward.
What's going on? Was that you, Jim?
No.
Okay, so yeah, if you're not up to speak, just try to remember to mute yourself. I won't mute you, but just mute yourself and keep going, Jim.
Thanks. Right. So again, I appreciate that staff's planning staff has been augmented, and hopefully that can be used toward getting a lot of the ADUs and other projects that have been discussed and brought forward over the last 13 years moving. I will say this, you know, I always go back to what is the problem we're trying to solve. And if it is to create housing that's affordable, then I say that we need to really ensure that whatever planning staff looks at includes the impact on affordable stock. In other words, if they say it's a half a mile or a quarter mile or a mile, well, how does that impact the affordability of whatever it is that we're building? I don't think we should be limiting it just to ownership. I think that rentals are an important part of that, but they'd have to be rentals that are deed restricted and provide at the different levels. I don't say that it has to be very low income. It should be at various levels. But again, if the problem we're trying to solve is affordability, then that's what this project needs to do if we're going to go forward and study it. The other thing is what we don't want to do is just for people to have a reason to say, well, I'm going to take my home now. I'm going to level it and sell off the property, right? We don't want to encourage people to start breaking up what is the personality and culture of a neighborhood just for the purpose of financial gain. So again, if we go forward with this, we need to see what the intended and unintended consequences are. I'd like to hear more. I really look forward to hearing what the rest of the task force has to say. And from that point, I'll make up my mind, because it's really concerning to me that there are so many projects out there to increase housing. The other thing that I was meaning to bring up was, of course, the jobs housing imbalance. Will the city be able to service the new houses, if it's 20,000, if it's 30,000? And I understand that when you integrate it into existing communities, it's a little bit easier. But again, any study we do needs to study the impact on services and how that's going to affect our jobs housing imbalance. So I appreciate the time.
Thanks, Jim. Bob Levy, Bob.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a great discussion. I really appreciate everybody's perspectives here. I think we're learning a lot, about housing, but I won't be supporting the motion. I would strongly support the building of affordable housing, but believe in the concept of the general plan and smart growth adjacent to transportation hubs and transportation corridors, where alternative transportation opportunities can or will be made available. I'm really concerned with the shotgun approach to providing housing throughout all the neighborhoods in the city, an approach that could undermine the concept of transit that's critical to smart growth, undermine the integrity of some established neighborhoods, and really may not be fiscally responsible, as Mr. Zito just said. A shotgun approach to urban planning is really being forced on the city through AB 68, which allows 3 units on every parcel by right. And when combined with this proposal, 7 units per parcel within the overlay districts. The state's also considering other unfunded mandates that could potentially allow for 10 dwelling units per parcel. We really don't understand the ramifications of these yet. We need to understand the fiscal impact associated with expanding dwelling units throughout all these neighborhoods in the city. We're already a very, very poor city, as was mentioned a little while ago, and this could cause even lower quality of services to our residents. Before going on with this proposal, we really need to understand the fiscal impacts, the impacts to our level of services, to streets, parks, parkings, fire, police, etc. We don't understand the impacts of COVID on the housing market, the impacts of opportunity housing and AB 68 combined on single family neighborhoods, what it's going to do to the cost of single family homes. Are we really going to see a spike in the cost so that people can turn these into 7 dwelling units? If we're going to experiment with opportunity housing, and it may be a decent tool to experiment with, we should take it slowly. We should maybe limit the overlay district to a quarter mile, limited to 4 units that is not done in conjunction with AB 68. Just 4 units total, or any other possibility state mandates. And we may want to implement whatever fees are appropriate to get cost recovery so our level of service doesn't go down. So I'm in agreement with Councilmember Davis, and we should really focus on the smart growth that was envisioned in the general plans, urban villages, and really understand the state mandate before we move any further.
Thanks, Bob. Leslie Corsilia? Leslie? Yeah. Hi.
Thank you. So David, it's hard to know in what degree you're.
I'll just give a heads up. I'm sorry, Leslie, but after Leslie, Pat Cicedo, you're up next. Okay, sorry, Leslie.
Okay, no worries. I'm very much in support, and I think that Juan and Ray's motions were the same. If I heard them right, which basically the city recommendations plus citywide. It's very similar to the motion that Andre, a task force member, Andre Lutard, and I had put forward with a couple of little tweaks that Andre might want to talk about with historic housing, just to make sure that we've got that covered. This is really important. It's one tool in the toolbox. It's not the solution. We need to do everything we can. Our housing needs are so great. We need to move forward with the urban villages. And it sounds like we've got different staff working on each one of these things. We need to work on ADUs. We need to open up our other places for development. I didn't hear whether or not we had talked about our regional housing needs numbers, but we know that our goals are going to be increased significantly, and the planning staff is going to be embarking soon on how it's going to meet its goals that it has to meet for the state, and it needs to have tools like this. So I think this is something that needs to be studied. I do need to talk about the color of law. Something that I'm very familiar with. The color of law is all about the way that we have developed housing in a way that has excluded low-income communities and communities of color. Housing policy is directly related to our current race equity issues because of what we have done. 94% of our housing, our residential land is zoned single family, and that has pushed people into certain areas of our city, and we need to be aware of it. It is happening. The other things I would say, I mean, one of the things that's kind of struck me over this period of time is, and listening to the speakers, and I appreciate all of the input, and I think we need to do lots of outreach as this process goes forward. This is just step one, but I feel like we've heard from a lot of homeowners. And I also feel like if I asked everybody whose face I see on this screen and on the next screen, how many of you are renters, there wouldn't be very many. We had one speaker today who asked for us to be able to allow for people who spoke different languages to be able to participate. But we also need to reach out and listen to the people who are right now excluded from the neighborhoods. I live in one of the neighborhoods that many people spoke today about. You know, I understand fear and I understand concern, but I also understand the need for fairness and for us to be able to provide more opportunities for our residents. And I think this is just the right thing to do. So I support the motion. I would like to let Andre speak to any tweaks that we might want to suggest relating to historic housing. I know there's a concern about potential demolition of historic structures prior to this policy going forward, and we would want to protect for that.
All right, thank you, Leslie. And Andre, we'll get to you, but I'll just keep going in the order, if that's okay. So Pat, thank you. And then after Pat is Susan Butler Graham. Susan, you're up after Pat. Thank you. Hey,
Yes.
Pat.
Thank you, David. Just wanted to make a few comments. I have to say that I think a lot of the comments I've heard this evening are quite valid and very informative from perspectives from our different task force members. In listening to all of that and coming to the meeting this evening, I at this point in time could not support the motion that's on the floor. I do believe that Councilwoman Davis's motion has credibility. She's raised a number of issues. I know Councilwoman Foley also as well. And I would say that representing the development community, the issue of our urban villages that we started many years ago and have yet to see fulfillment. And I do know over the years, we have heard consistently the strain and the struggle of time by our staff to move further along in getting our urban villages designed, approved, a reality that ultimately would help us, truly help us, to meet that 25,000 residential dwelling unit crisis target that our mayor has put out there. I'm happy to hear we now have so much money and so much staffing in our planning department that getting our urban villages should be bingo. We should be there. Should be there in the next 12 months. Sadly, I don't think that's going to be the case. So I'm very concerned about taking on a whole new citywide housing agenda before we have completed a housing agenda that became this huge bureaucratic challenge to put into place. So to get the funding to establish. So I'm very concerned about that because we know that our urban villages are infill. Our urban villages provide housing. Our urban villages provide retail and services. Our urban villages provide urban landscape. Our urban villages will also provide jobs. That needs to be our #1 priority. That is not to say opportunity housing would not be a good thing, but it's not for this point in time something I believe we can invest in with our staffing. I think that it will consume an extreme amount of time. And my other concern, quite candidly, is the community already has expressed a great deal of distrust that we have not been completely transparent about opportunity housing. And working in the development community, particularly from a housing standpoint, if you start out where the community does not trust that there has been complete and total honesty and integrity as you proceed in that plan, it doesn't have a snowball's chance. And if we really think opportunity housing is an opportunity for more housing in this city, affordability by design, they have to trust that we have come to this issue with an open mind. And clearly what has transpired these last few weeks raises the issue that there hasn't been a lot of open minds about opportunity housing on this task force. I also want to say that I think Task Force member Roberta Moore brings up a number of very valid issues regarding rental and opportunity housing that we should not ignore when we ultimately, hopefully, can move to try and accommodate some opportunity housing in the city of San Jose. So I wanted to share my thoughts. As I say, I could not support the motion currently on the floor. I think it's very important that what the city does and what they move on, and I do believe it's correct, we're going to see our housing numbers increase by HCD, but we need to have plans that create real housing, not phantom housing. That'll be pretty pictures and colors in a plan, but real housing. And I question how much real housing will come out of opportunity housing. So those are my thoughts, and I wanted to share them with the task force.
Thanks, Pat. And I know this is going slow, but it's just going to be the nature of things. And I want to give everybody a full opportunity to be heard without time limits being imposed on individual people. And it is past 8:30. I'm just going to keep going. But if at any time somebody wants to talk about how late we're going, you're welcome to do that. So next is Susan Butler Graham, and then Harvey, you're next.
Hi, I'm really getting a lot out of this discussion. I love hearing all the different points of view. It's really making me think. I think that this is a really important thing to move forward on, however we do it. We have to remember that this will take at least 2 years to begin to implement. It is not a quick process. And if we don't get started on this, it will take a really, 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 really long time. I don't think there's, like Michael was saying, I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Like if you can do the urban villages and keep moving on that and start doing some legwork on opportunity housing, I think that would be great. We really need to look at what the future looks like. We can't think about the current, okay, people here currently may not all like this idea, but we need to picture who's going to be here in 20, 30, 40 years. I'm picturing myself as a senior, non-driving senior. I'm not going to want to live in a big house far away from everything. I'm going to want to live in a condo with other people nearby, that I can walk to the store, that I can walk to a restaurant. And young people that want the same thing. I've been in neighborhoods that are very vibrant and exciting in a lot of cities. And I've lived in, threeplexes for most of the time until I moved out here, that were great. I think we could look, if people are uncomfortable with doing this citywide, I don't know why we can't look at frequent bus corridors. I know that bus routes can change, but if we focus on, light rail is not the only public transit method that we use, and it's not the one that most people even use. I think that if we at least looked at using the bus corridors as well, I think that'd be a good idea. Thanks.
Thanks, Susan. Harvey Darnell, and then Vince Rocha.
Well, I'm sorry, my comments are going to be a bit disjointed because as I was listening to the community comments, I wrote down a number of thoughts. I'm trying to be open to this. Right now, I do not support Juan's motion, and I'm more inclined to go with Dev's. But here are some of the things. First thing is, I am the neighborhood organization member that was alluded to by one of the community speakers, the one person. I looked around and asked in February for a better map and did not receive a better map until a week, actually 6 days before our last meeting. It took 5 months of staff time to make that so. So I'm concerned in terms of community outreach. I called during the community input, I called the president of my neighborhood association to see if he received an email or any kind of notice, and he did not. Well, I'm sorry, but our community outreach in the planning department is falling short. That's first thing, particularly in light of COVID. All right. Someone did say something about, this would create housing closer to work. Well, the problem is that most of the people that are living, not most, but only 0.82, 0.87, depending on which number you want to look at, of the people who live in San Jose, work in San Jose. Most of them are a third of them are commuting out. So we're building housing for Cupertino, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Palo Alto, Mountain View, Campbell, okay? And we're not addressing, they should be doing the opportunity housing to get the people out of cars, because I'm all for the 40% reduction in VMT. That I voted on that 10 years ago. The other thing that I'm looking at is resource rich. We're talking about, when I looked at the map of where those neighborhoods are, where we, and ones would be different. But in terms of the ones that the planning staff produced, those are areas that are park poor. So it isn't resource rich. They may be resource rich into having good schools, but they are park poor. Most of those areas on out to West San Jose from East San Jose, they're park poor. You don't have the ability to walk to a normal parkland. I really support the transit-oriented urban villages. I think we really need to set those down. We need to plan them out properly and get them built. Those are going to be the anchors for future opportunity housing. I think opportunity housing is a good idea 10, 20 years from now, but we need the anchors of the urban villages with the jobs and the retail and the services that would be provided for increasing the density in the surrounding neighborhoods. Another thing is people were talking about this is going to create affordable housing. I don't think it's going to create affordable housing. This week, I received 3 phone calls and 1 offer to buy my house, which unfortunately, that I paid $74K for has, increased to around 1 mil. And they want to buy my house, and they most likely would scrape it and build a mega mansion. I think this would set off a bidding war on the single family houses in the neighborhoods that are most affordable for people of lower means and color to actually buy into. So it would then jeopardize their ability to have home ownership. I don't see a process in this that would create condos, 4 condos on a property. I think it's going to be someone coming in with the appropriate amount of money because of the cost of building in this valley and the cost of fees in this valley. They would scrape the thing and then build 4 units of rental housing. So I think we will create more rental housing, but I think we can do rental housing more efficiently in the urban villages along the corridors. Then the last thing I want to talk about is unintended consequences. No one's talked about water and sewer. The water and sewer lines in the neighborhoods that are targeted are inadequate. They're old. The infrastructure is not there to support huge amounts of additional housing. When you build a urban village, the developer is responsible for upgrading the resources. In onesie twosies in a neighborhood, they are not going to be so. So I am going to support Dev's motion and vote against Juan's. But I appreciate the idea of opportunity housing. I'm not saying I'm completely against it, but it's not yet ready for prime time.
All right, thanks. Vince, you're up, and then Smita Patel.
Thanks. I've heard a lot of thoughtful comments tonight from a lot of people I respect. And, I want to say that the good thing about opportunity housing is that it would be equitable. Looking at Minneapolis, it'd be incremental. I know that they're not racing to build a lot of new opportunity housing there, but that's because these things take time. Neighborhoods will not turn over overnight. Even with ADU permits up double, triple every year in San Jose, there are so many parcels in San Jose, it really isn't that many. And so I would say that many of the same arguments being used against opportunity housing are the same exact arguments that were used against the ADU legislation at the state level. Fortunately, there was courage at the state level to get those things done. Now, I've never spoken against housing in front of any public body from Gilroy to San Francisco. I live in San Jose though, and I've always supported equitable housing. And so I think a citywide policy is just that, it's equitable. That way we're not dividing neighborhoods, we're bringing them together. I think another thing that we need to think about is, how do we become a more inclusionary city? And I think the planning department staff has done such a good job. And I think, they really have allowed us to get more ADU permits done quickly. The great thing about ministerial approvals, you don't have to go to planning commission and city council. They just have to comply with objective standards. And if we build really good standards on the front end, we'll have great opportunity housing that's high quality. Where I live in Japantown, a lot of the opportunity housing is illegal to build now. The fourplexes and sixplexes, you couldn't build them today. It's against zoning. But I live in a wonderful community where I can walk my dogs and I say hi to my neighbors. I love it. So I think that, there's a lot of concerns here, but I think that, I couldn't speak tonight if it was going to be against more housing. I think we need more of it. And I think this is a way to do that in a positive way. Is Juan's motion the one I would have written? No, but we're making a recommendation to the council. They'll make those decisions. So I want to move the ball forward and say I'm for housing. And I hope everyone can agree that we should send a clear message to the council. We're for housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Smita Patel, and then Shiloh Ballard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the task force members. I feel like you've already said most of what I've been thinking, and even stuff I might not have thought to say. I really appreciate that perspective. I also want to thank staff who have just been so sort of proactive and responsive and providing so much information. It's been really helpful. I want to start with a quick question, and I think Vince kind of answered it already, but just to get confirmation from staff. Opportunity housing doesn't mean that anyone can just, without permission, turn their house into a fourplex, right? There's a process, there would be requirements, and presumably those requirements could be set on conditions around the area. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is Jared Hart. That's correct. Yeah, there would be criteria is recommended. There would be criteria established. There would need to be a process established during the long-term steps of this work. And depending on the location of a property, it could involve something like a single-family house format, or it could be something more streamlined where if you met all the criteria of the zoning code, the locational criteria, as well as design standards, then it would be a ministerial process through a building permit. But that would be determined in the next steps of this work.
So in that previous meeting, I know people were concerned that their beautiful neighborhoods would be, filled with cinder blocks or just ugly cement houses because someone would try to do it cheaply. But you're saying that we would be able to, or the city would be able to set requirements about how a house fit in with, or opportunity housing fit in with the neighborhood, and not be just, someone couldn't put a mushroom shaped purple thing in the middle of Willow Glen, right?
That's correct. Yeah, is one of the long-term items, or during the next step, we would look to update the city's citywide design
guidelines and standards specifically for this type of housing.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's really helpful. I want to just harken back to a comment I heard on this task force many months ago, which was that, not everyone can use public transit. Especially, I think a lot of the people who might benefit from opportunity housing can't necessarily hop on light rail or Caltrain to get to work, not if you're a painter or clean houses or work as a gardener. There are a lot of, in fact, there might be a skewing where public transit works better for Google engineers who can be working on the train or who have a bus that'll take them to work, versus someone who works an irregular schedule when the trains don't run, someone working in fast food, someone who has to go pick their kids up from school on the way to get home. And so to me, that actually argues against confining opportunity housing to these transit villages, because transit may not be the right option. And I don't think it's fair to say that you can only benefit from opportunity housing if you can have a job that would allow you to take public transit. So then I would like to propose a friendly amendment to Juan's motion, if he's willing, which would be that with all those guidelines that the city developed, that the task force also recommend to city staff that we consider adding parking considerations as well, because I think there's a huge difference within San Jose. Japantown has way more cars on the street than my neighborhood in South San Jose does. I think the city should consider that as a factor when approving opportunity housing. Will this fourplex fit in comfortably into this neighborhood, or is it going to add a lot of problems for not just the neighbors, but the new people who move in to try and find a safe place to park their cars? So that was my thought, and I will leave it to Juan to respond.
Let's, Juan, you heard that. So when we finish the comments from everybody, you can consider what you want to do with your motion. I'll give you that opportunity, but I just want to keep going through the comments. So I'll come back to you. Okay, Juan?
Oh, absolutely. Dear Chair, I did raise my hand earlier only because I wanted to encourage people to voice any friendly amendments. And so if there are a couple of more, please voice them so that when you come back to me at the end, we can discuss them.
You're welcome, dear task force member. Okay, Shiloh, you're up next.
Great, thank you. I have a couple notes of points that I wanted to make here. First, I want to underscore how Vince framed things. I really agree with his assessment, and I support the motion that's currently on the table. I'm also interested in hearing from the folks in the historic preservation realm. So I think Andre is one of those folks. I'm interested in hearing what he says. I wanted to just highlight, I sent a note to staff with two resources for folks to look at. One of them is something that I've played with in the past, and it's these old redlining maps. And it's kind of fun to go back and look. And these maps are from like the 1930s and were used by banks to figure out, who they would lend to. And I want to read one here. So from the redlining maps, and I'm just reading from an email that I sent to staff. I found this description particularly interesting of the area now referred to as Little Portugal. It reads, and I'm summarizing, the area is out. So this is what the redlining, like the one-page descriptor of the area says. It says the area is outside the central city and therefore is not protected by zoning or deed restrictions, is not protected by zoning or deed restrictions. This section contains the largest population of Mexicans and is largely populated by lower stratum Italians and Portuguese. From a racial standpoint, The area is highly undesirable. This is what that description of that neighborhood said in guiding where investment should go. The part that I find really interesting is where it says protected by zoning or deed restrictions. And to me, this underscores the role of zoning and begs the question of what zoning is intended to do. What is its purpose? And in a world where affordable housing is scarce and where we're trying to figure out how to right past wrongs, how does that purpose stack up? You know, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I grew up in what could be defined now as opportunity housing. It was a fourplex in the middle of a single family neighborhood in West San Jose. Single mom, you know, not a lot of money. And I got, because that housing was there in this resource-rich community in West San Jose, I had access to one of the best high schools probably in the nation, Limbrook High School. And I'm a product of that. And I am so grateful that I had access to that quality education because there was a fourplex in the middle of this single family neighborhood. So, you know, I feel this a little personally. And it makes me, you know, just wonder what the fear is around this. What are we really afraid of if we're giving access to, and giving isn't, I don't even feel comfortable using that word, but we're providing access to folks to benefit from resources that have been restricted to only certain segments of our community. Anyway, I want to underscore that this is simply starting a process. This recommendation is going to go to the council. You know, I really support us making a strong statement that housing is important, affordable housing is important. Examining the rationale behind a single family zoning and zoning in general is a worthwhile endeavor, and we need to reflect on that and send a strong message to the council. And then they're going to do what they're going to do. But this just starts a process.
Okay, thanks, Shiloh. Let's go, next in order is Carl Lee and then Michelle Yesney.
Thank you. This has been a really intense and very good discussion, and I've got thoughts going all over the place, but I'm going to try to keep to just a brief few comments. And I think Vince and Susan Butler Graham probably articulated some of my thoughts close to what I was thinking. I think this is a concept that's worth exploring. And if we don't move it forward, it never gets explored. And the reason I think it's worth exploring, and I know Roberto referred to the color of law, and Shiloh, I think, thank you for pointing out some of the deed restrictions and the way we've looked at zoning in the past. But I think this concept has the possibility of actually opening up different neighborhoods. And I think going through the process and getting to the next step, I think we'll actually have more community outreach. We've heard a lot from one community and from a few other communities, but even that's not the entire community. And based on our discussions early on in this 4-year review, we had a discussion about a more intense community outreach process overall in everything the city does, and the city's working on that. So my expectation is if we get to this next step and we actually do investigate this concept, we may find out it's not a good idea, but that process may allow us to reach out to more community, have more interactive discussions within the community than just public comment. My last thought on this, and I think Susan touched on this, I think our charge on this task force is look at down the road. It's 2040 and that's only 20 years away, but it's still not looking at just today, but what kind of community do we want San Jose to be? And to Harvey's comments, I think there's a possibility that this concept of opportunity housing should have been looked at not in the future, but 50 years ago.
Thanks, Carl. Next is Michelle Yesney and then Jesse O'Malley Solis.
Thank you, David. It's nice coming this late because just about everybody said everything there is to be said. So I can pick the ones I agree with. I particularly agreed with Harvey. I think he hit on a number of factors that I also tend to agree with. And I also want to key off of what the point Shiloh was making, that we built a lot of the housing in Bay Area to keep other people out. And now we're trying to correct that by bringing in lots more people. And my fear is that even though we're promising ahead of time, we're going to look at standards, we're going to try to make it compatible. We looked at that lovely slideshow of all these attractive opportunity housing projects built in other neighborhoods, and they look lovely. But you can drive all over San Jose and see the crappiest looking fourplexes. I lived in one for years when I was a single mother. That are ugly. They have no usable open space. You can hear your neighbor turn the pages of a book. They aren't good quality housing. They weren't good quality housing at the time they were built. So I don't want to tell the people who are going to move into opportunity housing, I don't want them moving into some more crap housing. It's just going to be next door to somebody in a nice house. I don't think that's the solution. And I'm afraid that if we jump into this wholesale, let's look at the whole city at once, we're not going to have the time or the people or the resources to do it right. You and I, David, have been involved with the city of San Jose for a long time. And we've watched the city do some things very, very right, and some things not quite how we wanted them to turn out. When staff worked on the first design guidelines, residential design guidelines, and came out with some fairly comprehensive standards for building infill housing of various kinds in San Jose, the developers were very angry. And they told the city council, this isn't right. We can build a lot better stuff than this, and it wouldn't conform to these guidelines. And council member Saucedo said, if you'd built them in the first place, we wouldn't have needed the guidelines. As one of the staff at that point, I was very grateful for that. So the idea that we're going in the next 2 years, we're going to find all these sites, we're going to come up with standards, we're going to work out all of the criteria, we're going to figure out how much it's going to cost, we're going to make sure we do it right, is a big undertaking. And I don't see why San Jose should be a huge experimental petri dish thing. Petri dish is a good word these days. That for something we don't know how well it's going to work. I like the original proposal, even though my neighborhood will probably be one of the places. Is that me?
I'm not sure, but keep going.
My neighborhood probably will have some of the opportunity housing sites. I'm fine with that. But I don't want us to go too fast, go too sloppy, and end up cramming a lot of people into crap housing in the middle of what were single family neighborhoods just because we can fit them in some way. I'd like to see us do it right. I live in a single family house. This last year, we built an ADU in the backyard. There's nobody living in it because San Jose State's not in session. Nobody wants to live in my neighborhood today. But I don't have a problem with density. I have a problem with bad density. So I am not going to support the second motion. And I do like the idea of looking at opportunity housing, working it into the housing element, adding the concept to the general plan. with the limited criteria staff suggested originally. And if it works, if we make progress on this, let's expand it to citywide. But let's do it carefully and thoughtfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And Harvey, you need to turn your microphone off. I'm sorry to single you out there, but yours is still on. So, and thanks everybody for the patience and listening to everybody. Next, Jesse O'Malley Solis, and then Andre Lutard. Jesse?
Hi, thank you, Chair Pandori and Chair Alvarado. You've had a really tough task herding us all together. There's a lot of passionate voices and all of us coming through tonight. I want to particularly thank staff. I think you guys have done an amazing job in responding to all of our questions, all of the questions from the community, doing the additional public outreach. And I want to thank all the people who've given their time to both speak and write letters to the task force and spoken at the last several meetings. All of these sentiments are super valuable and thoughtful, and I think all of us are really thinking critically about what's being said and written. I'm a part of this task force representing the Valley Transportation Authority. Opportunity housing in the current staff proposed form does not go far enough to build ridership or transit forward communities. People complain about the lack of ridership, and ridership is directly tied to land use. Lack of density, both housing and commercial, in the city of San Jose specifically equates to low ridership. I'm going to be supporting both Juan and Ray's sentiments and the current motion to expand opportunity housing citywide because it fully captures both the walk and bike sheds around our stations. I'm currently participating in the Northern California 2020 cohort for Government Alliance for Racial Equity. And through this training, I've been learning that it's more effective to call people in than to call people out. And so with that context, I ask you to consider the following. What history are we protecting when we preserve single-family land use designations? Is it the historic fabric that 94% of the land use in the city of San Jose is locked in exclusionary zoning? I have personally worked on properties in the city of San Jose that have historic deed restrictions that specifically call for the exclusion of Irish, Italian, Chinese, and people of color. I call out these two facts in particular because they are clear evidence of systemic and institutional racism related to land use in the city of San Jose. Is this a history worthy of our protection? As task force members and as a witness to public spoken and written testimony, we know there are a significant number of us calling in the community, calling in the council. We're asking that we all consider the historic land use legacy of the city and reflect on if we think we can do better. Can we be bolder? Can we provide housing opportunities for all our citizens, including our most vulnerable? Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Andre and then Sam Ho.
Thanks, David and Vice Chair Alvarado and members of the task force. You know, I've listened to the testimony at the last task force meeting. I've read all the letters that have come through and listened to tonight's testimony. I mean, there's some residents who are justifiably concerned with any change to single family zoning, and you know, they want things to remain the status quo. I just don't see how that, respectfully, I don't see how that stance it's untenable. The pressure to increase housing has been rising, and change will come whether it's forced upon us by the state or by sheer outcry, and it's coming to other cities around us. While it's helpful to attempt to bolster density in close proximity to transit corridors, there are some, as was pointed out by Smita, some where transit doesn't work for them. Some who need affordable housing rely on their cars for their livelihood. And it should not be an automatic assumption that denser housing near transit will meet the needs of those who need the housing the most. Many of San Jose's historic neighborhoods and most affordable already affordable, dense, and diverse housing stock already lies along transit corridors. And those are being the target of this opportunity housing proposal. I think we ought, and those historic neighborhoods are already bearing the brunt of the additional density. There are more neighborhoods near downtown and elsewhere that have not been studied to even know what's there. Residents and developers deserve to know if homes contribute to San Jose's historic and architectural legacy well before a project is proposed. So after carefully reading all the letters received by the task force, preservation of historic neighborhoods ranks as one of the highest priorities amongst those who responded. With a commitment to updating the historic resources inventory, design guidelines that ensure compatibility with existing historic homes, and a true demonstrable commitment on staffing in the Historic Preservation Office and the Planning Department, I do believe opportunity housing can interface with our historic neighborhoods as it was depicted in the original Opticos presentation that we saw last December, I think. But for me, the reason why we are talking about opportunity housing is the desire to make real and meaningful progress to address our significant housing needs and the need to address systemic issues that have led to segregation and inequality. So restricting opportunity housing to only certain neighborhoods greatly limits the potential to fix our housing crisis. For these reasons, I support expanding opportunity housing across all of San Jose. That was a view I believe was the consensus of the letters received by this task force. And if my notes are accurate, over a dozen speakers tonight supported a citywide opportunity housing proposal. And if what I'm hearing from staff is they have the resources to do the opportunity housing proposal and research that, and also do the urban village plans that they that have already been talked about, I don't think we should waste an opportunity to pursue both because the need is great. So I will be supporting Juan's motion as well. Thank you.
Okay, Sam Ho and then Bonnie Mace.
Thank you, David, and thank you all for the opportunity to share my perspective here. I think that this topic of housing needs is probably one of the most important topics that is upon our shoulders to make the decisions and recommendations that are best for our community and people. We have a city that is made up of about 1 million people. And of that, I'm not sure how many of them, how many of the housing units do we currently have, whether it's 300,000 or more or less. And we are looking at trying to increase about 25,000 units by when. Those are the information that I believe that when we do the community outreach, which I think is the most important component in the process, is that we really need to engage the community. And we've discussed about that very broadly, very deeply, and very thoroughly, so that voices are heard and considered as we analyze how we go forward. And I would imagine that most of us would agree that we have a definite need for extra housing as much as possible. But the question for us is, how much is enough and how much is too much? So I think that what the key point I want to share with us is we have to focus on the quality of life as the measurement that we need to continue to keep a balance of. So if we are to increase housing units, which I totally support, I support both that we need to make sure that we fulfill the promise of urban development there and absolutely housing throughout the city. I do agree to both, but I think that the key question for us is when do we do what? I think the decision for urban village development has been made many, many years ago at the first round of our task force, and we need to make sure that it's implemented and it's fulfilled. And then we identify the needs of how do we move on to add more housing units and applying other methods, including opportunity housing units, and maintain the quality of life that is necessary by ensuring that we provide life quality of safety, quality of life in terms of productivity, for education, for employment, and for the health of the community members. I'm glad that Harvey shared with us how much he paid for his house, and today it's worth 15 times more than what he bought for. The question for us is that what percentage of us would be able to afford the house that we bought before? I would say the majority of us may not be able to afford it, because they say $250,000 it takes for a household on average to buy a home at this day. And how many of the households are making $250,000 a year? So how do we make sure that our teachers and our average workers are able to afford an average home? We need to make sure it keep within their range. And then when we develop this, we want to make sure that the number of supplies and demands will meet the needs, so that our children will continue to have an opportunity to live near their parents and grandparents as we grow older. That is really important, because we are robbing our next generation of owning a home, the home that we bought. So I think that we want to make sure we are inclusive in the way that we approach that, because we cannot say that one single family residence zoning would deserve more or less than other single families to have affordable opportunity housing. I think across the board, there will be some that like that and some that don't, but we need to make sure that our traffic and our safety and our quality of life is maintained while we try to grow and provide more housing supply, so that it doesn't get to the other side where, because we develop so much and so successfully, that we decrease the quality of life and everybody suffer in the long run, because how much is enough and when does it stop? So those are the questions that I think we need to make sure when we do a community outreach, we provide them a full picture of what are the needs, how many units do we have, how much do we need, how many do we need, how does it impact our quality of life, and then see if they have buy-in and their recommendations to improve from that, so that we move it phase by phase and do it right, and do it in a way that can increase productivity and quality of life for all of our residents and our children.
Thank you, Sam. Juan, I see you've got your hand up again, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to call on people who haven't had an opportunity to speak yet. That doesn't mean I'm still going to go back to you. And Ray, I had made a commitment to go back to you, just the way things worked out. So I'm going to fulfill that as well. But I'm going to continue calling on people who have not had an opportunity to speak yet. So I've got Bonnie Mace and then Jesus Flores. Bonnie?
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to take a very nuanced approach to this, because I think most of us here can agree with the fact that we like opportunity housing as a concept. I haven't heard anyone here say that we absolutely don't want it. I think the key that many people have brought out sufficiently is the trust issue, the trust with the community. And many people have said, if we don't do this right, the community is looking at us, right? If we take something citywide and it's not done properly, that's going to come back and bite us later. So for me, the issue tonight, and this is why I can't support Juan's motion, I support opportunity housing. I support it as a tool in the toolbox. But I think that at this juncture, as many people have pointed out, it hasn't been sufficiently thought about. And I'm worried, as Pat has said, that moving forward, we've started on sort of a bad foot, and this will continue. So for me, I think the idea of a pilot project would be best. And I think Bob raised this idea, that we start with something small, and wherever it is, we start with something small, we make sure we do it right, and then we expand out so that we don't scare the community, which is the very thing we're trying to avoid. We're trying to help the community by building more housing. We're not trying to frighten them. So I think that's the thing for me, is start small, make sure we have a fiscal impact study that's very good, and make sure that we focus on the things that we're supposed to focus on now, which are the urban villages, infill, ADUs, and all the things that we've done, while still using the opportunity housing as a tool in our toolbox. So thanks.
Thanks, Bonnie. Let's go to Jesus Flores and then Linda Lazat.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for all of your great work that you've been doing. I also want to thank all the task force members. All of the comments are great, and I respect all of you for your comments and your great input. I especially want to thank Shiloh for sending that information via email. I was looking at those maps, and I'm a real estate broker myself, so I have an opportunity to see grand deeds before and the language that it was used in the past. So I support the opportunity housing, but I support it citywide as I sent a letter. And the reason is because I believe that only allowing the opportunity housing within a half a mile from transit is indeed another form of redlining. Transit hubs such as Allen Rock and Eastridge are in areas that are predominantly Latino and South Asian. By increasing density in areas where families are already doubling and tripling up on one home, we are not truly addressing our housing crisis. We are not making this policy as effective as it should be. So once again, I support opportunity housing citywide. Thank you for
Thank
allowing me to
you,
comment.
Jesus. Linda, you're up next,
Yeah,
and
thank
then
you.
Megan Flute.
Thank you, David. I have to say that after spending 5 months of having deep conversations with only my husband, tonight has been exhilarating. Appreciate the comments from everybody. I want to talk about two things, sort of the yin and yang of tonight's conversations. I absolutely agree with the comments that were made by the two councilwomen, Foley and it'll come to me, Deb Davis and Bob Levy, concerning the urban villages. I think that the implementation of those are getting lost in the bowels of City Hall. I participated in the Winchester Urban Village, and it took nearly 2 years to complete that. And in the interim, several properties and projects came into that area that were anathema to what the urban village for Winchester Boulevard was about. So we need to make sure that the urban villages get priority and move forward. I was going to ask the question that Pam Foley did of our planning director with regard to staff. And I was happy to hear that we have the bodies, but it's not just about bodies, it's about the right bodies. And we need to put the A team on urban villages and ADU units and make sure that those things are moving forward as quickly as possible while we look at the opportunity housing. I think that, you know, I've been bouncing back and forth as to whether opportunity housing is a shiny penny or it's go big or go home. And I think I've come down on the side of go big or go home. We need to move forward with the opportunity housing across the city. I think that the time it's going to take for the city council to deal with this, for staff to get through it, for it to ever hit the ground is going to be years, 10, 15 years. As long as it's taken urban villages. I mean, urban villages were started 9 years ago, and we're still don't have many of them moving forward. So, you know, I support moving forward with the concept of letting this go to the council and having them direct staff to move forward with studying this and, you know, looking at all of the different staff recommendations, the 4 or 5 staff recommendations that were made, all of the different things that need to be done, got to get done with the historic inventory. I can't believe I've left the city council 12 years ago, and we're still talking about getting the historic resources inventory done. So, I mean, those things have got to get done. So, like I said, while I have grave concerns about the urban villages and ADU concepts getting caught in the mix, I do want to support the motion. But one, I would like to add a friendly amendment that as part of our recommendation to council, that during the 2, 3, whatever years it takes for staff to come up with all of the work that they talked about in their recommendations, that during that time period, that implementation of urban villages and moving those forward with the A-team staff be prioritized because we can't lose all of that work that was done, all of the hours that the community put into those, and the importance of those urban villages and what they mean to the transit corridors that they're set up for. So I hope that when it comes time, you can add that as a friendly amendment to another recommendation to go along with your recommendation. Thank you.
And again, Juan, I'll come back to you rather than deal with this at the moment. Thank you, Linda. So Megan Flukes next, and then Tamiko Rast. And
Thank you,
Tamiko's
Chairman.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Megan. I'll get right back to you, but I just want people to know Tamiko's the last hand I see up. So if you want to put a hand up, please do that. Sorry, Megan.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Pandori and fellow task force members. I'm really glad to be a part of this conversation. I want to echo Linda's recent comments that this is going to take a very long time, even after we make, hopefully we make tonight's recommendation. I want to echo Task Force Member Lee's comments that this is an item worth exploring, and also Task Force Member O'Malley Salas's comments on the importance of calling in and not calling out. For me, this is less about just building more housing in San Jose, but an important step in what needs to be a multi-pronged approach in desegregating San Jose. The diversity of San Jose makes us strong, but the segregation between white residents and residents of color does not. I support Task Force Members Estrada's motion, and I hope that this task force tonight sends a strong message that we support desegregation throughout San Jose by supporting the start of a process to explore opportunity housing with equitable public outreach with inclusive feedback loops over a multi-year process. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Tamiko is the last hand I still have. So you've got the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments here. And I mean, none of the arguments are mutually exclusive. I've been bouncing back and forth on this for weeks, even for this entire evening. I believe in the concept of opportunity housing, but would like to see it citywide. But I do have so many concerns, some of them, alluded to by Harvey as far as infrastructure. And I would like to see a prioritization of environmental building, whether, including solar, making sure the water resources are there, because I think these are, as far as streets to quality of life, it's very critical that this is, done well. To Andre's point, you can't destroy the historic nature of some of these districts. I mean, I referred to this magazine called Fine Home Building that I used to read growing up, and it had a page on the back that was called Remodeling, and it featured Victorian homes, Italianate Victorians, craftsman homes that had been bought, just completely butchered in a remodeling process, and a remarkable number of them were done in San Jose. And it happened a lot in the 1970s and 1980s where all the beautiful architecture was stripped out of a building in order to make it modern. And I would like to make sure that, to everyone's point, it has to be quality, not quantity, because that will just deprecate the entire neighborhood. So I really appreciate everyone's time here. Everyone gave a lot of thoughtful comments, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamiko. I am going to call back on people who have already spoken, but before I do that, I do want to share some perspective I think I can offer the task force, not in the way necessarily of advocacy. I think as a co-chair, my role is just to help move this along and not be necessarily an evangelist on one side or the other, because I think we do well if we can find a common ground. The one thing I think it's really important to remind the task force of, and I'm going to share this with you shortly, is the direction from the council was they were very interested in this. They supported this. And the thing they wanted, and I've listened multiple times to the council discussion on this, is they wanted to see this move forward, but not in a 2 or 3 year process. The mayor has set an ambitious goal of 25,000 housing units. It is ambitious. I think it's good he set it high like that, because high standards are ones that are hard to strive for. The city won't achieve that, but it's a good standard. And I know the mayor wants to see this move forward quickly. And they did not propose a citywide plan, not because they don't love opportunity housing, not because they think it's a bad thing, but they understand well the realities of actually getting things to be done. Pat Ciceto's had a lot of experience on that as a council member. I think there should be some deference when you hear from 2 council members asking questions about that, because they're the ones who are having to work with staff. I do want to share a couple things with the task force, and that is the council discussion on this. So can you see my desktop, everyone? Can somebody
Yes.
say yes? Okay, great. This is not long. Okay. So here's the council memo, and the opportunity housing recommendation was the very first recommendation. It was important. It was an important part of the scope. The recommendation was explore allowing single-family parcels in the residential neighborhood designation to redevelop 2 to 4 units. And with the following parameters from the outset: limit to parcels proximate to transit-oriented urban villages, or immediately adjacent to residential parcels with existing medium density building types. So that's the text from the memo. The council also had directed our task force to do these things. A was limit to parcels proximate to transit-oriented urban villages or immediately adjacent. B, I already went over that. B is our task force was supposed to develop a set of design guidelines. That was us. That was part of our work scope. It did not get done. There are some very general standards that have been talked about, but nothing in keeping with what the council asked for, which was guidelines that maintain current allowed heights, keep setbacks comparable to existing single-family homes, to ensure development would be well integrated into neighborhood. Another parameter they asked us to look at and come up with something specific was to allow flexibility on the number of units per parcel that would vary based on lot size, location, and other facts. We did not do that. We did not do that. D, clarify that any redevelopment remains within the discretion of the property owners. That is understood and has been made understood. C, be specific that this would be sensitive to historic neighborhoods. There's been little more done on that than just reiterating that without specifics in the recommendations before us. And the last thing that staff was asked to do was to validate that opportunity housing projects are cost effective. This, I think, gives an example of how the council wanted to move forward. This was in the body of the memo. In our creation of urban village plans throughout the city, there's a constant challenge in finding the right balance. I think that's what we've been talking about in this task force, the right balance in transitioning from high density urban villages to low density single family home neighborhoods. By allowing medium density adjacent to urban villages, it would provide a more gradual transition. I take this and I listened to the council discussion. The council was focused on working from urban villages, not necessarily drawing mile diameters around them, but working close to them. And they were very specific that staff should consider the parameters and develop a conceptual proposal for consideration by task force. I think one of the challenges here is that in my opinion, the staff recommendation has gone beyond the planning that the council wanted to do. It's 47,000 properties. The council did not ever think that they would get 47,000 properties or neighborhoods that encompass that large of an area, the planning done in such a time that we could actually build opportunity housing. And I think as a result of this, and I very much agree with points that Juan Estrada has made, because what happened was the staff proposal went beyond what I think was what the council proposed. The effect, certainly not the intention. Let me emphasize this. Effect, not intention, was unequal distribution of housing, leading to the very good discussion we've had about we shouldn't look at planning it in just these areas. It should be citywide. In that sense, I agree with the concept. So if we were to go with the staff recommendation and expanding it across the city, you could do that, but that's not the solution that was approved by the council. I'm not disagreeing that, you know, we should have these discussions, but remember, we're a general plan update. We're not the general plan revision committee. And the council proposal was very limited, and the council did not support replanning the entire city. Let me make a distinction. I'm not saying that council members were against unfair distribution. They just said, we don't want to plan the whole city for this at this moment in time. This is a video from the meeting with staff's comments.
With all due respect, Chair, can we please call the question?
As soon as I finish this, it's about 1 minute, please.
I don't hear the audio.
I'll just state that Michael is stating very clearly to the council that this is not to take the citywide, and then there's a follow-up question where he says they simply don't have the resources to do that. And you can listen, it's on the council website. So that's not to advocate for one side or the other. I just think it's important for the task force to know the history on this. And as I've said, you know, what we need to do or try to do here is to get to a place of common ground and of moving forward. I'll simply say this, so we can move to the question. I think actually Bonnie's idea is a way of finding common ground here. We should recommend a proposal that isn't a proposal that will take 2 or 3 years to do. This will take that. I find it doubtful that the council will approve this. But if we want to actually see housing built, the way I think would be a common ground is we should do pilot planning in areas throughout the city. I think that meets Juan's concern about dealing with this and looking at this in an equitable way across the city, but doing it on a small scale where we do it right and can come up with actual production of housing. That's all I had to really land. I appreciate everyone's time on that. And so I am gonna now go to, it looks like a couple people have put up their hands. Teresa, you haven't had a chance to speak. I see you put up your hand now. I'll go to you.
Call the question.
No, that's fine, Chair, thank you. I was just asking to call the question. Thank you so much.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
There is, okay. So here's how we're gonna vote. I discussed
Order.
this with
Point of
Jim.
order.
Yeah, go ahead.
First thing I need to do is to vote on stopping conversation, which is a 3/4 vote to pass.
Okay, so the way we're gonna take the vote on the call for the question.
Dear Chair, I have a question for you, and
I'll get, sure, Juan, go ahead.
just make sure there were friendly amendments that were proposed that were tabled until later. Does that mean that we will vote on stopping discussion and then?
Yeah, that's what it means. It's for any amendment, a call for the question means we have to first approve that, and then we vote on the motion without amendments.
No.
So
Okay, so vote to stop discussion prevents friendly amendments from being considered.
that's the way I understand it. So, and if that's not the intention, Teresa, of your motion, you know, you can hold it for a minute and then let Juan make the amendments he wants to do, or we'll go forward with your motion. How would you like to go?
Mine is just calling the question, and I believe to Jim's point, we have to vote to stop discussion, and then we can go to Juan's, the question of the actual motion that he made. So the only question right now is whether we should stop discussion,
Okay,
as I understand.
so here's how we're gonna vote. Because it's a public meeting and it's kind of hard just to do it by raising hands, and we want to have a good public record. I think we left the last meeting with it being kind of a little ambiguous about what the vote actually was. We're gonna have to go, we will go person by person, like in the legislature when they vote on a bill, and we'll just ask for a yes or no vote. The vote before, the motion before the task force is to call the question.
David, can we use the raise a hand feature within the system?
No, I'm just going to go through the participant list. That way I'll get everybody. And like I mentioned, it's hard for us to track the raising of the hands because the screens are all in different configurations depending on whose laptop you're using. So we're just going to go through this person by person. Shiloh, yes or no?
Yes.
On call the question, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Harvey, yes or no? Turn on your mic, Harvey.
No.
Carl Lee,
Yes.
Michelle Yesney? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Smita Patel,
Yes.
thank you. Bonnie Mace,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
thank you. Andre Lutard,
No.
Leslie Corselia,
Yes.
thank you. Jesus Flores,
Yes.
thank you. Linda Lazat,
Yes.
Jesse O'Malley Solis,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Foley,
Yes.
Kevin Swick,
Yes.
thank you. Sean Milligan,
Yes.
Megan Fluke,
Yes.
thank you. Tamiko Rast,
Yes.
Jim Zito,
No.
Bob Levy,
No.
Susan Butler Graham,
Yes.
Juan Estrada,
Yes.
Sam Ho. Sam?
Oh, you're muted, Sam.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes.
Thanks, Sam. Ray Bramson,
Yes.
Pat Sacedo,
No.
Jeffrey Buchanan,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Roberta Moore,
Yes.
Steve Solorio,
Yes.
thank you. Vince Rocha,
Yes.
Luis Arguello,
Yes.
thank you. Kristen Clements,
Oh, she's member of staff.
okay.
I'm on staff. Thank you.
Would you like to vote?
Let Kristen vote.
Sorry, I'm
Yes, I
sorry.
would, but no, thank you.
All right, my fault. Councilmember Arenas,
Yes.
all right, and I'm voting no on that. Staff, did you keep a tally? I did, but I'm not the official clerk here.
It wins.
25 to
Hey, David, you didn't call me, so.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do this one at a time. Who did I skip? I'm sorry.
Jason Stu and Eddie Trung.
Oh, Jason. Oh, wait. Is there a third screen? I don't know how I missed you guys. Jason, what's your vote?
Yes.
Okay, and Eddie?
Yes.
All right. So I've got about 27 to 6. Is that about what staff has?
Yes.
Okay. That's a 3/4 vote. Okay.
David, I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
So
Who's this?
It's Leslie, I'm sorry. So we just voted to table the conversation, but that doesn't mean that we can't go back to one and add some of the historic preservation pieces or other things that we wanted to.
You know, it does. It actually does. It's a motion to call the question, and that's the motion that's currently phrased. Now, that does not preclude you from making a follow-up motion if you'd like to do that. It's just going to have to be a follow-up motion, okay? All right, so we have the motion. It's been stated. We had discussion, so we need to vote on the motion. And let me see it.
I just want to make sure. I wasn't allowed to speak. We went out of order. And
That was, yeah. I'm sorry, Juan, we were going to let you speak, but the question has been called.
Okay,
Now,
let me just point out that I think that's another lesson learned for future votes, future motions. Let's not go out of order because then this may happen.
And I don't think it's accurate. I was responding to Jim Zito's comment that we had to have a vote on tabling the discussion. And then you go back to Juan Estrada's motion and you clarify it and you take up all the other issues.
well, that's a discussion on it. Like, Juan, you can still address the things you'd like to address. You'll have the opportunity to do it. Just like I mentioned to Leslie, there's still opportunities for supplemental motions, okay? So just keep the things you had in mind and we'll come back to that, okay? You'll be able to make a supplemental motion, but we got to vote on yours as it's phrased right now. So we're going to go ahead with that. So Juan,
Can the motion be restated so we're all clear exactly what we're voting on?
You can put it up on the screen. He wrote it out word for word.
yeah, so Juan that had
That's
said
why
this,
I'll withdraw my, okay, I'm fine with that.
and Juan, if you want to make clear, as I understood it, it's the motion that you essentially made in your email you sent to everyone.
Correct. Although based on some of the comments such as excluding rentals, which is not part of what staff recommended, I suspect not everyone read the August 13th memo. And so I'd like to be very explicit about what it is.
No, we're going to vote. So my question is, it's the email that you sent. Is that correct? Is that your motion or not?
No, my motion is what I stated earlier. And I think I heard someone ask for clarification on what that was.
Okay, do you want to clarify?
I do want to make everyone aware of what we're voting on so that there is no misunderstanding. And let me see.
Well, one, yeah, you put it up on the screen and said, this is my motion, and you read it to us.
Yes. Roberta, my motion includes the additional steps outlined by staff in the memo. For example, none of those steps exclude rentals.
Yeah, actually it does.
Okay, we're not going to have debate on this.
So could I
Let's keep
cover
on.
what the motion is?
Okay, the motion is you wrote it out in an email and you started reading it. Is there anything in addition, this is just clarification, that you brought up that is different from the email you sent?
Is there
anything different than the email you sent?
There is one thing. The word citywide was inserted because my motion that I said I planned to make did not restrict it to certain areas, which means it's citywide. But I thought the addition of the word citywide would make it crystal clear that nothing is excluded. So yes, I did insert citywide, and let me tell you where that word is.
Why don't you share your screen, Juan, so everybody understands this,
Okay.
and put it up.
All right, thank you. I truly appreciate that. Let's see. I just have to pull it up again. I'm sorry.
So I can read to you one. It says, consider additional protections for renters, such as not allowing opportunity housing on properties that have withdrawn from the market through the Ellis Act, or qualifying properties under the apartment rent ordinance and have been occupied by renters in recent years. And in their note, they said 7 years. And I can tell you that 90% of the rentals in San Jose are 1 to 4 units, 80% are mom and pop, and most of those are people of color.
Point of order.
Sorry.
We called for the question and now we should be voting on this issue. We should not be debating it anymore.
Right.
It's time to take a vote on this, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley. So the only thing that kind of made this complicated is I just wanted to be clear what Juan's motion was. It was made about 45 minutes or an hour ago, and he had it. It's a long written email. Juan, please put up the email and explain to people what change, if any, is there in this?
The word citywide, which you see in green, I'll just read it again.
No, you don't have to read it. Is that the only change, is what was put there?
The only addition was the word citywide, yes.
Okay. All right, so thank you for sharing that. And it's otherwise consistent with the email you sent. All right, so we're going to take the vote on this. I'm going to use the participant list and I'm going to go through it in that order, because that way I won't be skipping over people by going through the photos. So Juan, it's your motion, yes or no?
Yes.
Roberta Moore, yes or no? Roberta?
You're on mute, Roberta.
You're muted.
I know, sorry, I'm muted. Sorry, my vote is no.
Okay, and just to speed this up, everybody unmute yourself, so we'll just zip through this. So be ready to hear your name. Harvey Darnell, yes or no?
No.
Linda Lazat.
Yes.
Ray Bramson.
Yes.
Thank you. Sean Milligan.
No.
Teresa Alvarado.
Yes.
Bob Levy.
No.
Andre Lutard.
Yes.
Bonnie Mace.
No.
Jason Sue.
Yes.
Thank you. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Yes.
Thank you. Jesse O'Malley Solis.
Yes.
Jesus Flores.
Yes.
Jim Zito.
No.
Carl Lee,
Yes.
Leslie Corsilia,
Yes.
you, Kevin Sweet,
Yes.
quick, sorry, Kevin. Megan Fluke,
Yes.
Councilmember Foley,
No.
Pat Sacedo,
No.
Sam Ho,
Yes.
Shiloh Ballard,
Yes.
Smita Patel,
Yes.
Susan Butler Graham,
Yes.
Tamiko Rast,
Yes.
Vince Rocha,
Yes.
let's see. I'm using this participant list, but it keeps moving. Bonnie Mace, did I call on you?
Yes.
Bonnie, had you already voted?
Bonnie voted.
Called on me. I said
Bonnie
no.
did.
No.
All right, I got it. Councilmember Davis,
No.
Eddie Trong,
No.
okay.
David?
Who was not called on? Steven Solario, what's your vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Who else was not called on?
Michelle?
Michelle, what's your vote?
No.
Anyone else who was not called on? Luis Arguello?
Luis Arguello, yes.
Okay. Anyone
Sylvia
else?
Arenas.
Who?
Sylvia Arenas. No. I mean, yes. Excuse me.
It's a yes?
Yes. No, I wasn't called. Yes. It's a yes vote.
Okay, got it. Who else has not been called on? All right, I'm voting no. So I believe that motion passes. Is that correct, staff?
21 to 11.
Okay.
What's the percentage needed?
No, majority.
65%.
No, it's a regular vote. It's just a majority vote. So,
Yeah, I know, 65% voted yes.
okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to handle any supplemental motions. I am going to go to Ray first. Ray Bramson, I had committed to going back to you. Do you have anything to?
Appreciate it, but no, just happy to have supported Juan's motion and moving forward.
All right, thank you. Juan, do you have any additional motions you want to make?
Do I have additional motions?
Yeah, I told you I'd give you a chance to.
Friendly, well, you tell me. Again, I'm new to this. Would somebody have to make a new motion, or are friendly amendments to be considered now? I think new motion, right?
So, Juan, there were comments by Smita and Linda Lazat of two different ideas to add to your proposal. I think Smita's related to parking, and Linda, do you want to remind Juan what your suggestion was, if you care to pursue it?
Sure. My recommendation was to add an additional recommendation to council that during the period when this study is taking place, that the city and the staff prioritize urban village implementations.
Could I ask a question, David?
Yes.
Thank you for suggesting that. What I'm wondering is, I believe the concept of ADUs came after urban villages, and ADUs were not tabled until the conclusion of urban villages, nor I believe prioritized. And now we've got, staff just gave me a list earlier today of 1,000 ADUs that have been created in all 10 districts. District 6 is the leader in ADU production. And so I wonder if it's necessary to tell or recommend that urban villages be prioritized, or if it's okay to let this move in parallel because it appears we're able to accomplish something sooner than others. Does that make sense, or do you still want?
No, I'd like a vote on prioritizing it during the period that they're working on this, because I just don't think that, that urban villages are moving as quickly or has been getting the attention that they deserve. And I don't want them getting overrun by when we start to implement whatever council approves on this. So I'd like to take this additional motion to a vote.
Right. So David, I think that is an entirely new motion, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to make that one, or Linda, it's your choice too?
I second.
Who seconded it, please?
Leslie, I seconded Linda's.
Okay.
Not both
I
of
did.
them at this point.
Okay, and Smita, was there anything you wanted to add to this? We're almost done, folks. We're almost done. Just hang in there.
So am I making a supplemental motion piggybacking on Linda's motion, or am I making a separate motion that everyone has to vote on?
I just want to give you the opportunity. You had suggested something. It might have been incorporated earlier. It wasn't. So do you want to add anything to what Linda suggested?
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. And I just want to say that I do hope that staff will build in considerations such as parking, aesthetics, environmental improvements in the building of opportunity housing.
So shall we just leave that as a comment for staff to consider in their future work? Yes?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. All right. So Linda's got a motion on the floor. There's a second.
Can I make a recommendation?
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
It's unclear to me why we are having a supplemental motion. If the original motion was approved, there shouldn't be any additional motions. I'm very confused.
Actually, Councilmember Reynes, we're dealing with the opportunity housing proposal.
I know what we're dealing with. I've been listening to it for the last 3 or 4 hours. So please do not explain what is basic. What I'm asking is the process, the order of process. And it sounds like you can't, if the group has already decided on the matter, why are we accepting supplemental motions that may override what the group has already voted on?
So often in council discussions, you'll have multiple motions on the same topic. Sometimes they're all incorporated into a single motion. In many cases on council discussions, you end up having more than one motion voted on. So I'm just trying to give the opportunity for that to occur. I don't want to be accused of somebody making a request to consider something and they never had a chance to have it voted on.
Yep.
So that's all I'm trying to do. We're almost at the end of this meeting. There's a motion. There was a second.
And I'd like to add one more area. Andre alluded to historic, and I think it is incumbent that we make a recommendation that the planning staff actually do what Andre suggested they could do. Because frankly, I had a completed historic report on North Willow Glen. It took another 9 years for staff to make it so this year.
Call the question.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask if there's anyone opposed to the motion that Linda's made with the second. And we'll do this one by raising your hand if you're opposed. So if you're opposed to Linda's motion, please raise your hand and keep it up so staff can count them.
David, can we have the motion restated, please?
Yes, Linda, go ahead.
Sure. It's a recommendation to the council that during the period of time when this is being studied, the opportunity housing and all the things that staff needs to do to get this out the door, that urban village implementation be prioritized.
And there was a second to that? All right. Having the motion
David, you need to
restate.
lower the hand. David, you need to lower the hands that are up for speaking or
Oh,
else it's
okay.
going to be misrepresented. So everyone who has their hand up needs to put it down.
Okay, can staff do that, please?
Linda, your hand's up, yeah.
Okay,
And to be clear, you're asking for a vote of no's first.
correct. Just no votes to that. All those in opposition to the motion, please raise your hand so staff can record that. And I'm going to need staff to read that aloud, please.
We have Juan Estrada and Jeffrey Buchanan for the no. Anyone else? Looks like that's it, Chairman.
Councilmember Arenas.
Oh,
added a vote.
Arenas and Councilmember Silva Arenas for no. So 3 for no.
Okay.
In point of order.
Yes.
Why are we using a different voting strategy? It's kind of perplexing here. Going back to Councilmember Arenas' question, why we're having supplemental votes is a question, first of all, and secondly, why are we changing the way we're voting? We at the beginning of the meeting we decided we were going to vote by everyone giving a voice vote. Now it kind of seems like a little bait and switch here that all of a sudden we're saying, you know, folks, end of the meeting, people may be logged off because the main motion went through. Now we got to press a button to raise a hand. It seems like a little bit of bait and switch here. Why the change? And if we're going to lay out rules of the road, shouldn't that just pertain to the whole meeting? I'm very confused by the decisions here at the end of the meeting.
Okay, we'll take a voice vote. There was nothing intended about that. It was just, I sort of know that most people in the group support urban villages, but we'll take a voice vote and do it the same way.
Can you take a voice vote for no?
No, we'll have to go through this person by person. I want it to be consistent like Mr. Buchanan asked for. Okay, Vince Rocha, in support of the motion from Task Force Member Lazat, yes or no?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Sam Ho? Sam? You can do a thumbs up too. If you want to just do.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Shiloh Ballard, yes or no, please? That's a yes for Shiloh. Roberta Moore?
Yes.
Pat Sacedo?
Yes.
Michelle Yesney?
Yes.
Tamiko Rast?
Yes.
Councilmember Arenas?
No.
Thank you. Ray Bramson?
Yes.
Leslie Corsilia?
Yes.
Stephen Solorio?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Bonnie Mace?
Yes.
Councilmember Foley?
Yes.
Eddie Trong?
Yes.
Jeffrey Buchanan?
No.
Juan Estrada?
No.
Jesus Flores?
I will abstain, as I don't understand why we're voting after the first time, so I will abstain.
Thank you. Luis Arguello? Luis?
Just, sorry, just like Jesus, unless there's quick clarification just on what exactly we're voting, you know, if there's none, then I'll abstain. If there is, then if you could explain it real quick.
The motion is to place a priority on urban village planning during this period of planning.
No.
Okay. Kevin Zwick?
Yes.
Linda Lazat?
Yes.
Smita Patel?
Yes.
Harvey Darnell?
Yes.
Carl Lee?
Yes.
Andre Lutard?
Yes.
Jesse O'Malley Solis?
Yes.
Susan Butler Graham?
Yes.
Megan Fluke?
Yes.
Teresa Alvarado?
Yes.
Jason Su?
Yes.
Jim Zito?
Yes.
Bob Levy?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well.
John Milligan votes yes too.
Sean, sorry, I didn't see you.
No worries.
I apologize. Anyone else I skipped over? Okay. I think we're at the end of our meeting.
We were told we could make motions afterwards that were, and I would like to make a motion.
Is that Roberta?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't mind a show of hands if it's not popular. I'll go with that. So my motion is that rentals are not excluded and that there are strong anti-displacement protocols in place to protect renters from anti-displacement.
So your motion is to not exclude opportunity housing from rental properties and to have strong displacement protections?
Strong anti-displacement or strong protection against anti-displacement protocol.
Is there a second?
All right, I tried. We're gonna get rid of 43% of the opportunities.
There will be further planning on this, Roberta, and so I'm sure there's going to be an opportunity to pursue that.
David, I just want to make sure that there was one other person who made a recommendation. I don't know if it was intended to be a friendly amendment. That was Tamiko Ras with environmental concerns. And I think it would be worth asking if that was intended to be a motion or not.
Staff
Tamiko-
recommendation.
Okay, no motion. All right. It's very late. I want to thank everybody for their patience and listening to everyone and everything. We'll see you at the next meeting. What's our next meeting date, staff? Do we have it?
It is September 21st. It's a Monday.
All right. And thank you to staff again for all the work on this.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
night, everyone.
Is that September
Thank you.
21st in the evening?
David, can I ask a clarifying question of staff while other people leave, if they want
You're
to?
welcome to talk to staff.
I've got a,
But it's not going to be on any business that we just did, though.
well, it's a clarifying question on what the, what's going to happen, right? It doesn't affect anything, it's after the fact, but I just want to understand.
It'll just have to be a private conversation I'll have with staff. We're going to end the meeting, so thanks again, everyone.
Thank you, David.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye, guys.
Good night.